You fool! Warren is dead. Underworlds. 5 tenebrous nightmares in hidden worlds of horror and madness. Subterranea by W. Elwyn Backus. 1. The Enigma of the Sphinx. But, Ahmed, how do you know these things if neither you nor your father, nor your father's father, and his, have seen them? Thus spoke Trent Allison, skeptically amused despite the gullibility usually accredited to the youthful. The sun-withered guide had been regaling him and his companion, Hugh Gent, with a weird legend concerning the centuries-old mystery of the Sphinx and the pyramids before which it had crouched, watching for ages. A legend of another world already hinted at by a few scientists who were unafraid of ridicule. The story was told each generation by its elders, Effendi, from far back in the dim past. Yet it was only revealed to me in a dream recently how the secret may now be uncovered. Because you saved me but yesterday from the brutal wrath of that merchant, may Allah wither his right arm, from whom I but tried to borrow a tawdry bolt of cloth, I will share with you and your friend this secret. Besides, you are strong in heart and limb, while I am too old to cope alone with the dangers of such a journey. Allison, whom the Arab addressed, smiled tolerantly, his keen steel-grey eyes studying the wrinkled brown countenance before him. Entertaining fellows, these strange men of the desert, with their queer yarns and queerer superstitions. This one seemed deadly in earnest, however. Allison glanced carelessly at Gent. To his surprise, that ordinarily incredulous individual appeared genuinely interested. "What do you make of the yarn, Hugh?" A cynical smile creased the other's handsome face. Topping Allison's 5'11" by a good inch, and a single month older than he maintained a certain air of seniority that at times irked Allison. But the pair had gone through Princeton inseparable companions, Gent the football hero, Allison the track star. Now they were doing what they had long planned, strolling round the world together, before settling down to the serious things of life, in which Allison hoped to become a geologist of some usefulness. "I think he's a lying scoundrel," was the reply. "Doubtless working up an extra fee for poking around with us, looking for something that doesn't exist. Still, he is a convincing sort of beggar. I'm curious to see how far he'll go to back up his extraordinary lies. Travel onward, Omar the tarpaulin maker, and may God help your useless mahogany hide when you admit you've been playing us for a couple of Yankee suckers." The sun was climbing fast above the horizon as the trio left their camels in the shadow of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Silently, the companions followed their guide to the side of that towering mass of stone, in which was an opening known as a passageway to what is called the Queen's and the King's chambers, also to a subterranean room far below. Into this passageway they ventured, and presently reached a point where it split, one branch running upward and the other steeply downward. They chose the latter, Ahmed lighting the way ahead with a small lantern he produced from somewhere among the folds of his voluminous garment. "Do you suppose the old brigand could be leading us into a trap?" Gent whispered, evidently half in earnest. "We're behind him, aren't we?" said Allison significantly, patting the hard bulge that marked an automatic strapped under his shirt. "Besides," thoughtfully, "didn't the French scientist actually find water from wells they drilled in the Sahara to teem with aquatic animal life? Maybe there's something in that yarn of his after all." In time, and by dint of some scrambling to the accompaniment of muttered imprecations upon Ahmed's unwashed head, they arrived in the subterranean room. Here Ahmed set the lantern down. After a slow look around, he began feeling carefully along the base of the northern wall. "We'll have to wait a bit while he tickles those stones long enough to save his face with us," grinned Ghent. "I'm not too sure he's not in earnest," said Allison. "Let's give him a chance anyway." They stared curiously about them at the forbidding dark walls and ceiling, and into the mysterious corners of the chamber that was but an infinitesimal part of the gigantic structure erected by those super craftsmen of dim ages past. The enigma of the pyramids. Would modern man ever really solve it? Would they perhaps unlock its real secret? Not the least amazing thing about this mountain of masonry was its huge base, which formed a square that was almost perfect to an inch. More astounding was the fact that its ancient builders had so placed it as to face squarely toward the true north, which modern scientists, ages later, had succeeded in establishing only after exhaustive and intricate calculation. The Great Pyramid proved its builders profound students of astronomy, as well as craftsmen of Herculean skill. A sudden exhalation from their guide jerked their attention back to him. "It is true! My dream is come true!" Ahmed was crying. Evidently he, too, had had doubts. "It is here!" He stood, pointing toward the floor at his feet. Almost as excited, Allison and Ghent joined him. A black opening the size of one stone flag yawned before them. "Here, give me that lantern," commanded Ghent, grabbing it away from the chattering brown man. He swung it down the gaping hole. At first, nothing but inky emptiness was to be seen. Then happened something that shook their nerves sadly. In his own excitement, Ghent let the wire bale slip out of his fingers. Their startled eyes followed the lantern as it shot downward. It grew steadily smaller, plunging deeper and deeper into the apparently bottomless hole. Abruptly it flickered out, probably from the rush of the air, or had some heavy, poisonous gas below snuffed out that brave spark. In the darkness, they waited instinctively, breathlessly, for the sound of breaking glass that should herald the striking of the lantern upon the bottom of that vast shaft, or for the splash of water if no solid bottom was exposed. After what seemed an age, a faint tinkle came to them. Oddly enough, they drew mutual sighs, as of relief at the sound. "Great Jehoshaphat!" gasped Ghent, the first to regain his speech. "It must be half a mile deep. Ugh! Let's get out of this damned catacomb." But to Allison's ears that tinkle had not sounded quite like breaking glass. On second thought, it seemed to him that it had been more like the mere glancing touch of the lantern as it sped parallel with a smooth stone wall, in which case they had not yet heard it strike bottom. Something else. He had an impression of shallow steps cut in one side of that shaft, half glimpsed before the light of the hurtling lantern had sputtered out. 2. Pharaoh's Well. Youth and fools, 'tis said, rush in where angels fear to tread. Thus, 2 days later, we find Allison and Ghent with the imperturbable Ahmed and a camel-load of provisions, ropes, and other paraphernalia, all deposited under cover of a moonless night at the entrance to the Great Pyramid. They had no wish to run afoul of the authorities over rights of exploration and exploitation, nor over a certain matter of wealth hinted at by Ahmed. They stampeded their camels, proceeding forthwith to shoulder their individual packs, with which, at last, they arrived again in the subterranean room. Here, Ahmed promptly and unconcernedly reopened the secret shaft. Equipped now with brilliantly burning acetylene lanterns, They quickly discerned a narrow and disconcertingly shallow flight of steps cut into one of the stone sides of the shaft and disappearing into the blackness below. The back part of each of these steps was depressed, leaving a ridge along the outer edge, which offered a grip not unlike the rung of a ladder. A lantern was lowered the entire length of a ball of twine to test the air. It continued to burn brightly, but showed no trace of bottom. "How do we know this thing has a bottom?" queried Gent thoughtfully. "It is artificial, built by human hands," offered Allison, "so there must be an end to it." "It'll probably be our end, but, hell, let's get started, before we lose our nerve altogether." Ahmed drew the lantern up, and they proceeded to tie a stout, continuous rope from one to the other. Then Ahmed started cautiously down the steps, dangling a lantern below him as he descended. Allison followed, Gent bringing up the rear. Their supplies they had tied securely on their shoulders. Down, down they crept, pausing now and again to stare hopefully yet fearfully into the mysterious depths below, where Ahmed's legend and dream had visioned another and lost world. The smooth walls formed a space perhaps a dozen feet square. The same precision that had made the Great Pyramid a marvel of geometrical dimensions and craftsmanship also characterized this shaft. But, unlike the exterior of the pyramids and the Sphinx, which had been ravaged by the elements, these shielded walls were as perfect as the day they had been constructed. Had the shaft been cut with a steel die, its sides and corners could not have appeared more regular. No mortar had been used between the stones, yet the thinnest of knife blades could not have been inserted between them anywhere. "What a riot Mr. Pharaoh would have been at building wells these days," remarked Allison facetiously. "Or mausoleums," suggested Gent. "Couldn't you think up a more cheerful assignment for him?" said Allison. "Say, a caisson or even a football stadium?" But conversation soon languished in that tomb-like enclosure. They descended in silence for many minutes. Allison was intently maintaining his count of the number of steps or rungs covered. 1,942 so far. He estimated that they were about 18 inches apart, the length of the cubit of ancient times. On this basis, they were already more than 2,500 feet below the subterranean chamber, or about a half-mile deep, and still no bottom was in sight. If they ever reached bottom, he could consult the improved type altimeter he carried in his pack and check these calculations. Now, the rungs were becoming damp, slippery. There was a murmur of seeping water, gaining volume with the accumulation over the smooth walls below. As the adventurers descended farther, the first thin sheet of water grew steadily heavier, racing downward with increasing swiftness. "We can't go much farther," said Gent. "Ahmed, what did that confounded delirium of yours, your dream, tell you about this water?" "It tell that passage lead to lost oceans, also many strange sights, and to much gold." "Oceans and gold, eh? Did it perchance tell you how the devil we're going to swim through this particular ocean to bring back this gold?" "This may be only a local spring, Hugh," soothed Allison. "Anyway, let's continue as long as we can, now that we've come this far." Privately, he admitted that it would take small urging to turn him back. But Gent agreed, while the eccentric Ahmed appeared insensible to any danger. It seemed reasonable, however, that they should be able to descend in reasonable safety steps that the ancient Egyptians had found it possible to build. At an estimated level of 5,500 feet, they caught at last a gleam of bottom far below. The racing layer of water about them now was a good half-inch deep, which does not sound formidable. Though racing over one's clinging hands in an icy shower, it was no light handicap. "There's your ocean, Ahmed," shouted Gent. If you don't get rinsed down into it, you might try a Steve Brody into it. Only first untie that rope. We might as well have a closer look. Try to find out why the Egyptians thought it worthwhile building this secret shaft to wherever it goes," Allison yelled back. Once again, he prevailed upon his companions to go farther. Now, they were less than 50 feet above the gleaming surface below, a mile or more below the desert's floor. Small wonder that they had not heard the splash of the dropped lantern the day they had discovered the shaft. The frigid black water beat hungrily upon their faces and bodies as it cascaded down the corrugations of the narrow stairway. Was that beckoning surface below worth the hazard of reaching it? What could they hope to find out if, indeed, they succeeded in descending to it? These deliberations were rudely discarded as a startled cry escaped Ahmed. Allison felt the jerk of the life rope, even as he glimpsed the little brown man clutching desperately at the slimy rungs. The next instant, they were all hurtling toward the darkly glinting sheet that Allison felt sure was waiting to engulf them. 3. Grotto of the Slugs. A strange, sickly odor assailed Allison's nostrils as his mind groped back to consciousness. He recalled falling, and his fresh consternation when his outstretched hands had stabbed into a gelatinous mass just beneath that blackly glistening surface of water at the bottom of the shaft. Then his fingers had abruptly probed a firmer substance, a blubber-like layer underneath which he could feel a living organism, an immense and repulsive body whose yielding sheath gave off an offensive, glue-like odor. The mass under him had heaved suddenly, flinging him back into the air. Followed the second drop, which had ended in a jolting crash and oblivion. The blackness about him now was absolute. Only a sound of falling water linked him with a world of reality. He sat up painfully. His head throbbed bewilderingly as he felt for the flashlight he carried in one pocket for emergencies. To his infinite relief, the light not only still was there, but was unsmashed. There was a tense moment as he manipulated the exasperatingly flimsy switch with which the manufacturer had always and persistently equipped these lights. For once, it worked at first attempt. The beam of light leapt through the black veil, lighting a jagged wall less than 5 feet away. Fearfully, he swung it about, where he should find Ghent and Ahmed if the life rope was intact. Then he saw the former sprawled but a yard away, with Ahmed just beyond, on an uneven, rock-strewn floor. Even as he reached out to touch Ghent, the big fellow stirred and groaned. Once more, Allison was successful in a search. This time, a dented but otherwise undamaged flask was his reward. With the aid of its potent contents, he presently brought Ghent around. Ahmed had meantime recovered without assistance, apparently none the worse for his share in the terrific jolt with which the three had been cast upon the grotto floor, presumably by some monster in the pool at the bottom of the shaft. "What a charming place we've dropped into," observed Ghent shortly, staring round at the semicircle of dripping walls that was broken by a single narrow opening opposite the pool. He seemed, fortunately, to have suffered principally from having the wind knocked out of him. "Flung into, you mean," corrected Allison, pointing as a greyish mass bulged up suddenly from the black pool which lapped at their feet. A great, slimy head rose at one end of the mass, only to disappear swiftly as the tail thwacked upon the surface with a loud report. Allison had a fleeting recollection of a pair of protuberances on the thing's unsightly head, not unlike those on a common garden snail's head. A single convulsion of such a creature's body would be sufficient to flip a dozen men aside with stunning force. Whether it was a giant amphibian snail or some weird cross between slug and seal, he could not guess. But of its dangerous strength there had been ample demonstration. Across the agitated water they could see the narrow ladder of steps, leading back to their own world and safety, only a few feet distant, but as inaccessible as if miles away. As they looked, a pair of wetly gleaming heads like the first reared themselves from out of the depths, writhed about briefly, and were gone. "Ah!" shivered Ghent. "What grisly monsters!" "Let's take stock and see what's left of our paraphernalia," suggested Allison. "I see Ahmed still has the acetylene lantern he had tied to him when we started down, and our food and equipment packs all seem secure and dry thanks to their waterproof coverings. I don't believe we're any the worse for our mishap after all." "What a Pollyanna you turned out to be," observed Ghent. "I suppose you're about to suggest that we go on and look for more trouble now." "Might as well. That pool and its denizens don't look inviting, and I'd as soon postpone tackling it by pressing on instead, since we've survived thus far." This they finally agreed upon. The stolid Ahmed led the way with the relit lantern. Down the middle of the grotto a small stream ran, disappearing into the opening previously observed. This carried the overflow from the black pool at their backs. They entered the passage cautiously, continuing with increased confidence as they found their progress unimpeded except for jagged projections from walls and roof. Now and again, however, they had to straddle the stream's trickle in the narrow passage. Huge boulders also barred their way at times. Over these they were obliged to clamber, sometimes with scarcely body room between their slippery tops and the dripping roof. It was while astride of the subterranean stream that Allison saw a splashing trail just ahead. It ended abruptly in a small pool on one side. Stooping swiftly, he tossed out onto the rocks a curiously shaped fish some 4 inches long. It proved to be without eyes, long feelers taking their place. This was not surprising, since without ever a glimmer of daylight, these creatures had no need of sight. Though the slugs of the pool may have inherited eyes, they were in all probability sightless too. The adventurers had traversed perhaps 1/3 of a mile of the tortuous way when the murmur of falling water again reached their ears. This grew steadily louder as they progressed along the now widening passage. Presently, Ahmed halted, pointing mutely ahead. 4. Into the limbus of Sheol. Even the faint illumination of rugged, wet walls and roof was startlingly absent as they gazed incredulously before them. It was as if a black curtain had been let down a few paces away. The subterranean brook ended suddenly in that great void, as if severed with a magic scimitar. "Great Scott!" exclaimed Ghent. "The jump-off to Hades!" Indeed, it seemed that they had reached the literal end of the world. But for a swishing of the lost brook somewhere below, they might have been standing on the brink of oblivion. What was the extent of this vast space, and what lay beyond its mysterious veil? Was this, perhaps, the threshold of Sheol, a region of boundless space underneath the globe's skin, and empty save for the departed spirits of those who once had lived above? These were questions never to be answered, other than by conjecture. Abruptly, they missed Ahmed. They became conscious of the lantern burning brightly where he had set it down. It stood to one side and near the end of the disappearing ledge. But of its late possessor, they saw not a trace. Had he been swallowed up in that great void? And why had they heard no outcry? "Ahmed, you sun-baked son of a camel!" bawled Ghent. "Where are you?" Only the echoes behind them answered. Allison took a step toward the lantern to pick it up. "God," he gasped, halting suddenly. "Look!" He pointed toward a shadowy patch close against the wall, a few feet away, where the lantern's glare had until now prevented their noticing it. A sound like the popping of a birdseed in a canary's bill, greatly amplified, was heard. Before their horrified gaze, a swaying object took form in the uncertain light, a sight to chill the marrow of the stoutest-hearted. Perched in a shallow cleft midway between roof and floor, a tangled mass of jointed, spindly legs radiated from a globular black body. Over the whole, a narrow and apparently sightless billed head moved from side to side, while now and again one of the creature's legs would stretch forth tentatively, as if in search of another victim, for the unfortunate Ahmed lay huddled under that ghastly form. It must have struck him speechless at its first poisonous touch. Half insect, half bird, it crouched there. At any instant it might pounce upon them as it had upon the Arab, for the sound of their voices evidently had aroused it. It seemed to be trying to locate them by turning its evil head from side to side. Sightless, it probably depended largely upon its hearing for finding and darting out after its victims. Whether fish or human, it did not seem to discriminate. Ahmed, however, it may have discovered through his unconsciously brushing against one of its legs in passing. Softly, Allison drew his automatic and took careful aim at the hideous head. A dreadful, shuddering screech drowned the echoes of the report. The bundle of legs writhed convulsively. Back, the grotesque head twisted, until it was doubled under the thing's evil body. Suddenly, the whole slipped from its niche in the wall. It rolled directly toward Allison and Ghent like a great, grisly ball. But the creature was in its death throes. As they leapt aside, it dropped into the water, where it lay, quivering. Allison rushed at once to Ahmed's quiet form. "Too late," he pronounced a moment later. "The poor fellow's head has been crushed like a seed by that monster." "Let's get out of this accursed place," cried Ghent. "I've had enough." Allison raised the lantern and looked around carefully. "It terrifies me and draws me too," he said slowly. "Hugh, we've risked a lot to get here. I'd like to chance it a little farther, if you're willing." "Farther? Why, do you think we're birds that we can leap out there into space? Be yourself, Trent, old fellow. Let's get started for the outside before it's too late." For answer, Allison pointed across the passage, toward something his keen eyes had just discovered, a square slab embedded in the rock floor, a heavy iron ring marking its center. "There is where others may have gone on," he said. Curiosity aroused, Ghent hurried with Allison to the slab. Together they tugged at the ring, not without mingled hesitation, and a certain eagerness as well. The same thoughts were running through both their minds. Did this square of stone cover some fresh horror? Or perhaps a fabulous treasure? Or a passage that would lead them to further recesses of this strange world? At last, the heavy slab yielded to their efforts. They tilted it against the wall, disclosing a well-preserved stairway winding down into the shadows. Allison looked at Ghent across the aperture, speculatively. "Are you game?" he challenged. The other returned his level gaze in silence for a bit. Then, "I'm game. And crazy, too, like you. We'll do it." "Good, but first we'll put poor Ahmed away as decently as these rocks will permit." A half-hour later they started down the spiral stairway, which was cut out of solid rock. Ahmed's store of unperishable provisions they cached in the wall, against their possible return, for they already had as much as they could carry. To their surprise, the stairs shortly led out upon the open face of a cliff, beyond which a thin sheet of water cascaded from above. "The last brook," pronounced Allison. "It's lucky for us that the face of this cliff is undercut," said Ghent. "We don't have to take a ducking, as we did while coming down that shaft." The steps here were spiral no longer, but were built in a series of long jogs back and forth across the face of the cliff by means of ingenious borings deeper into the rock at the turns. These jogs carried them beyond the ribbon of the falling water, first to one side and then the other. At such times they stared out again into that vast, mystifying emptiness. Like the abyss of limbo, it yawned at their elbows, now on their right, now on their left, as they clung to the wall along the narrow steps. These were less than 24 inches wide. Flight after flight they descended, until it seemed that the ancient builders had meant to carry on to the very bowels of the earth. Yet they had descended, in fact, not much farther than in the original shaft, and presently Allison glimpsed bottom once more. When at last they stood upon a level floor of rock at the foot of the last long flight, they were 11,600-odd feet below sea level, according to the altimeter. The water from the subterranean brook still fell before them. Curiously enough, it did not strike bottom even here, for a dozen yards away yawned a large chasm, and into this the water dropped without interruption in its long fall. Were they practically as far as ever from their objective, a definite bottom where they might expect to explore another and living world? Allison began to wish a little that Ghent had prevailed upon him to try to turn back when they recovered consciousness in the grotto of the slugs. He thought of a certain soft-eyed girl whose hair in that precious sunshine of the outer world was like spun gold, and wondered whether he should ever look upon it again. How long after they were reported missing would she wait for him, as she had said she would? At this juncture occurred the strangest and perhaps most unnerving of all their experiences since they had entered the pyramid. Softly, at first imperceptibly, the floor began to sink with them. For a second or so they remained rigid with amazement. The very smoothness of their descent disarmed them, here, more than 2 miles within the earth's crust. Too late, they saw 4 walls of rock rising round them, the square opening above already several feet higher than their heads. Instinctively, they leaped for the receding edge, but the weight of their packs made their efforts futile. "Well," said Ghent breathlessly, "this is once there is no argument about whether or not we shall go on. Do you suppose all these passages were chiseled out for a ghastly joke on curious fools like us, with this trap as the coup de grace?" "I don't think so," Allison replied, nervously but with some conviction nevertheless. "They wouldn't have gone to so much trouble merely to satisfy a whim. No, there is some far more vital purpose behind all this remarkable construction, and we're bound now toward its solution. At any rate, we can do nothing but wait until this amazing ancient elevator reaches the end of the line." "I'll say they knew their rocks anyway," admitted Ghent. "This contraption rides like a Venetian gondola. Hydraulic, probably. You gotta hand it to Pharaoh's gang for their advanced engineering skill. What a people!" In his wonder, he nearly forgot his fears. The top of the lengthening shaft was lost in the shadows. 2 stone grooves, one in each side wall, dwindled in the distance above like a pair of railroad tracks. At the end of a little over a quarter of an hour, during which the altimeter registered an added drop of nearly 9,000 feet, the slab came to rest with a soft jar. The last few feet had been in the open, between 2 massive guides of rock. All about them here was water, except for a miniature island, in the center of which the elevator platform now rested. Overhead, The pierced rock roof hung low, with the falling water once more visible, striking at last upon natural bottom at the edge of the islet. Just beyond the falls was the smooth face of a towering cliff. This evidently formed the farther side of the aperture they had observed just before their unexpected slide downward. But strangest of all was a curious iridescence in the tranquil body of water which stretched away to a natural horizon on their left, toward the west according to their compass, a softly beautiful saffron radiance that was like liquid sunlight, glowing palely. The underground sea, for such it was, apparently supplied the light that illuminated this amazing underworld, much as our sky illuminates the upper world at twilight. How different from the black emptiness of that vast cavern, into whose limitless space they had gazed before beginning their descent from the passage of the brook. In the distance, several sizable islands were visible, and on these a low, bluish vegetation showed. The roof over this enchanting world was lost in the faint, golden haze that hung over all. "Well, what do you say now about the trap?" asked Allison. "Astounding," breathed Ghent. "But wait, what's that?" The blunt nose of a large, barge-like affair with many oars was emerging from behind the nearest of the islands. In it were figures resembling human beings. They were gesticulating excitedly. Plainly, they had discovered their visitors. The vessel turned and made for the islet, oars flashing swiftly in the yellow light. 5. The Sahara Sea. Spellbound, they watched the strange vessel draw rapidly nearer. Besides the oarsmen, for which 22 oars could be counted, there were at least 50 more men on the decks fore and aft. A single magenta standard fluttered at the prow. The keel grated on the beach. Stocky, pale-visaged and bare-headed men clambered over the sides, hairless and wide-eyed. In stature, they averaged perhaps 3 inches shorter than our own race. It did not occur to Allison to fear them, since they neither displayed weapons nor appeared in the least belligerent. Rather, he was too busy examining them, as plainly they too were examining him and Ghent with great curiosity. A particularly sturdy individual in simple garb, not unlike an abbreviated toga, came near, while his companions waited a few yards behind. Allison had opportunity now to note a peculiar bluish pallor of these men's skin, their overlarge eyes, and the complete and somewhat disconcerting absence of lashes and eyebrows. With a sweep of his hand, the leader indicated a desire that they board his galley. His mien was pleasant, hospitable. Allison turned to Ghent. "We may as well," he suggested. "Right. We came here to find out things, and it looks as if this is the best way. Choice or no choice." Something like a chorus of pleased approval sounded among the little men as Allison nodded acceptance of the invitation and prepared to follow them. As he climbed aboard after Ghent, with the aid of anxiously helpful hands, he looked back toward the center of the islet. There, he saw the platform of the lift just disappearing upward. Perhaps it automatically released itself when relieved of extra weight. Or it may have been manipulated by these men. However, there would be ample time to learn these and other things among this mysterious and interesting people. Inside the vessel, which they noted with surprise was molded from a sort of dark cement, the matter of weapons was cleared up, for long and murderous-looking spears were stacked in every corner. Yet the very fact that these had been left behind when the owners landed reassured the pair. Of mast or sail there was no sign, another detail they were to understand in due time. They were escorted to the raised rear deck, where the leader and his several companions pressed them to recline in comfort with them on luxurious couches composed of seaweed with cloth spread over it. About them rich drapes of many hues abounded. Strange fruits were brought them to taste, along with delicacies of fish and the eggs of fish. The vessel was under way now, swaying forward regularly to the thrusts of the long oars manned by bulging-muscled men below in the waist. These evidently were prisoners of a sort, for they were closely watched by two men who stalked back and forth between the two rows of straining bodies. With the exception of the oarsmen, all the Subterraneans wore polished ornaments of hammered metal that looked like copper. Obvious pride was evinced in these trinkets by the wearers. At a sign from the leader, whom the others addressed as Thar, an obsequious individual came forward, armed with a slate slab and a fragment of shell. With these he proceeded to sketch, with considerable dexterity, a series of amazing pictures. These resembled the hieroglyphics that we know from the ancient Egyptians, with the difference that the scribe exerted himself to make his meaning clearer through elaboration and a crude manner of diagramming things, supplemented also by many signs and gestures. At intervals he would pause to converse with Thar in a soft, musical tongue. Soon Alison and Ghent understood that they, as welcome and long-hoped-for guests from the outer world, were being conveyed to a place of many men on a large island ruled over by a great king. A course between several islands was drawn. These islands presently took form in the mists and passed astern, one after the other, just as sketched. It was through this method of communication that they were to learn later the real secret of the pyramids and of the origin of this strange race. Overhead, the glow from the iridescent sea was reflected in the yellow haze which formed an unbroken, opalescent sky. How far above them the invisible roof of this vast cavern was, they could but conjecture. But the altimeter told them that they had descended nearly 21,000 feet. The ceiling of the subterranean world might easily be a couple of miles above the sea they now sailed. Alison wondered whether or not storms ever visited its now tranquil surface. There were many things he intended to find out at the first opportunity. How large was this sea? The sea he and Ghent had dubbed the Sahara, for apparently it extended beneath the great arid wastes of the Sahara Plateau, though it had been from another and higher layer of water that present-day scientists had taken blind fish after drilling in that desert. How thickly populated was this opalescent world? And did this odd radiance spring from billions of minute organisms, as he suspected, or was it artificially made and controlled by this queer people? Did they, like our surface races, war among themselves in the strange, murderous frenzy of civilization? The abundance of spears indicated that they might. Or was it merely banditry that they were prepared to defend themselves against? As he ruminated on these things, a body of land far larger than any previously sighted hove into view, rising so high out of the sea as to lose itself in the saffron haze above. As they drew nearer, Alison regarded wonderingly the sheer grey cliffs. How they could land there he failed to imagine. Yet the vessel drove straight toward those towering walls without so much as slackening its speed. Just when it seemed that they must be dashed to destruction on the jagged rocks, a cleft appeared among the numerous vertical seams in the grey palisade. A moment later, they shot into a narrow channel between walls so sheerly tall as to seem momentarily in danger of toppling over upon them. This passage widened rapidly. A wide turn brought them abruptly into a large bay. Here, all about them rose the same grim grey walls, though these were less steep than those outside. A reef fringed their bases, here and there a beach lying between. On these flat areas were expanses of curious, squat buildings. Hundreds of vessels of various sizes, ranging from a scow to twice the size of their own, plied the waters of this subterranean harbour. At a word from Thar, the vessel was nosed in to shore, where they presently drew up alongside of a cement quay. Cement, they were to learn, was virtually the sole building material of this world. No sooner had Allison and Ghent stepped ashore than a crowd of subterraneans began to gather about, the amazement at the sight of these strange visitors spreading like wildfire. Almost at once they found themselves unable to proceed farther. Only by dint of alternate plunging and threatening by the spear-wielders from the vessel were they able to push at last into one of the narrow streets above the quay. Along this thoroughfare they made their way with less difficulty, between rows of single-story houses with narrow, unbarred slots for windows. Evidently, it was thought that openings so small needed no guarding, for they were too narrow to afford ingress of a human being. Doors, seemingly, were confined to somewhere in the rear. With their progress, however, the houses grew more pretentious, even somewhat ornamental, though still of the one-story type. Finally, they arrived before a blank wall of considerable extent and height, in the centre of which a great iron gate was guarded by several men with spears. At a password from Thar, this gate was swung inward by the gaping guards, and Allison and Ghent followed into a large court. A functionary received Thar just inside. The two spoke briefly, excitedly. Then the former hurriedly left. Presently, he reappeared and beckoned to Thar, who promptly led his guests into the larger of several buildings that stood within the court. As they entered the arched doorway, Allison saw a man in bright-hued toga rising from a divan to meet them. 6. A crater metropolis. For years afterward, Allison could recall his meeting of Asan, Emperor of the city of Neophal, and all Subterranea, as vividly as if but of the day before. For, despite the anemic colour of his blue-skinned race and his small though muscular stature, his fitness to rule was manifest at a glance. Yet his reception of them was as cordial and natural as was possible on the part of one who could not speak their tongue. After a time that was taken up largely by the interested questioning of Thar by Asan, Allison and Ghent were assigned one of the rooms that opened off the labyrinth of corridors beyond the room they had first entered. Each room had for its ceiling a covering of fish skins sewn together. Being transparent, these allowed some of the iridescent glow to filter through. They were the only roofs used in Subterranea, where, it was learned, it never rained or stormed. Neither did it grow noticeably colder or warmer, the temperature remaining at right around 68 degrees Fahrenheit always. In short, the Subterraneans had no weather. This explained the absence of masts on their vessels. As for the origin of their light, Allison's earlier guess about the minute organisms in the sea supplying the glow was correct, this glow being reflected and diffused everywhere by the humid haze. Seafood, well cooked, was brought to the weary adventurers, and strange but not unpleasing fruits. For drink, a rather tasteless milky fluid was served by the two servants assigned to them, one of whom was their erstwhile interpreter and scribe of the voyage, called Boab. The drink, they learned later, was obtained from a plant similar to our milkweed, this constituting the beverage of the entire kingdom, since fresh water was virtually limited to the slug-polluted fall beside which they had descended on the last leg of their journey. Every courtesy was shown them. They were escorted all about, with no visible attempt to hinder their going where they pleased. In time, they learned their way about the city and harbour. The busy populace eyed them with vast curiosity, but never interfered with them, for Asan had issued stringent orders to this effect. The Subterraneans lived largely by fishing, the sea supplying the bulk of their food, for other than a coarse, mealy plant from which a sort of bread was ground and dried, the soil yielded small sustenance besides the fruits. There was some commerce with the people of the other smaller islands, where the soil better favoured fruit-raising and the growth of various grasses from which the finest to the coarsest fabrics were woven. Dyes were made from sundry poisonous berries with which the realm abounded, and certain earths. From distant regions, meagre quantities of copper were brought for making prized ornaments and jewellery. Alison and Ghent were astonished to learn that gold was considered a base and useless metal because of its softness and abundance in the rock walls about Neofel. Here, then, was the wealth, strangely spurned, that Armid had spoken of. Copper and iron coins constituted the money of the realm. Iron ore was everywhere. From it the Subterraneans skillfully fashioned spears, tools, and certain machinery. The automatic hydraulic lift, by which the adventurers had arrived on the islet, was one of the remarkable mechanical achievements, though so far it had not been learned why this device was never used to communicate with the outer world. Spears. Alison wondered why these were made at all, for neither he nor Ghent had seen any disturbance whatever among these peaceful people since their arrival several weeks past. Yet there was a strange hint of dread all around them that Alison sensed more and more as time went on. It was as if the Subterraneans all silently feared some catastrophe that had visited them before. Was it an eruption of the volcano in whose vast, extinct crater the subterranean metropolis of more than 400,000 souls nestled? Or some scourge that periodically descended upon the face of this strange world? Both Alison and Ghent were fast picking up the tongue of their hosts. The use of hieroglyphics for communication with their two servants was daily becoming less needful. Daily, because the Subterranean did have a measure of night and day, the ebb and flood of the tide. Though less pronounced in the limited sea of this region, the tides were perceptible, dividing subterranean time into periods of a little over 6 hours. 2 of these periods made up their working day, the other 2 their time for rest and sleep. Oddly enough, these people were seldom visited by sickness. Their span of life was somewhat in excess of our own. The women, who were rarely seen outside their houses in Neofel, lived solely for their husbands and offspring. Like the men, they were without hair, the lack of sunlight probably accounting for the general hairlessness. The race was religious in its way, worshipping the sea as their god. As for their origin, it seemed fairly certain that they were from the ancient Egyptians. In time, Alison and Ghent were informed of the subterranean legend which had it that, ages ago, the ruler over a powerful surface race had sentenced his usurping brother and followers of the latter to eternal existence in an underworld known, by scientists even of that time, to exist. The pyramids, so the legend went, were monuments erected to mark forever the place where the usurpers were buried, with the Sphinx probably added as a final, sardonic gesture. The legend failed to account for the king's and queen's chambers in the Great Pyramid. It was not improbable, however, that these chambers were shrines at which the reigning monarchs meditated upon the welfare of their banished kin. The present populace of Subterranea, then, must be the descendants of those banished Egyptians. Their colour and large eyes might logically be accounted for by the conditions under which they had existed for centuries. Even had they believed they would be permitted now to return to the outer world, they were no longer fitted to live in the rarer atmosphere and the bright sunlight there. Thus they stayed on, ignoring the ingenious elevator and passage linking them with another and strange world. Only in the sea was life in this world shared with the Subterraneans, apparently. On the land of their realm, there were neither animals nor insects. How far the subterranean sea extended, it was difficult to learn. The Subterraneans seemed, like the ancient Spaniards, to fear the regions that lay beyond the limits of their own shores. To the east they would go, where was the unused outlet to the surface world. But in other directions they would not venture farther than the last of several other known islands, particularly to the west. Pressing Boab for information about this, Alison, with Ghent, was at last taken before Asan. "My guests," said the ruler, "I am told you wish to learn certain things about the forbidden region that lies beyond our country." "Yes, sire. In return, my companion and I gladly offer our services toward helping solve or overcome any menace of that region." Asan was silent for a time. "Once, long ago," he began presently, "a fleet carrying the pick of our most fearless men journeyed into that region, to the very edge of the Sea of Darkness, beyond the island Polno. Like all those who had ventured there before them, they never returned. Now it is related by our people of the distant isles how hordes of terrible creatures have appeared from the darkness and fallen upon fishermen, only to disappear quickly with their victims. No one can tell exactly what these fiends look like, so suddenly do they appear and slip back into the shadows of their realm. It was to halt these depredations and punish these foul creatures that my galleys and my bravest men ventured at last to seek them out." The Emperor paused to sigh heavily. "The only trace ever found of that fateful expedition was the vessels, deserted and spattered with blood. I do not wish to make more widows among our people through further futile expeditions. Hence, I have forbidden my people even to talk of these things. Fortunately, the creatures of the dark do not trouble us often," he finished resignedly. "Sounds like a lot of hooey to keep us away from something. Maybe a ton of Egyptian jewels or—" muttered Ghent at Alison's elbow. "I'm not so sure," said Alison aside. Then to Asan, "Sire, we would like greatly to visit Polno. Perhaps with our knowledge of science, we will discover something that may lead to permanent relief from this danger." Once more, Asan fell into somber thought. "Finally, I grant with misgivings your generous request, but perhaps, as you say, your knowledge will help. Also, your strange weapon, with which you have made our people tremble, when you showed us how it could roar forth the fire that we must make with much labor over dry weed and sharp rocks. I will send with you my most experienced mariner, Thar. Many times he, too, has asked me to let him take a galley into that fateful region. He may explore the sea immediately about Polno, but not beyond the finger of darkness. May the god of the sea, Juga, send you back to me safely." Could they have foreseen what was in store for them, or known that this was the last time they should look upon this kindly ruler? It is doubtful if they would have set forth for the realm of the mysterious marauders. 7. The Stygian Horde. The steady sweep of long oars was speeding the galley beyond the outermost regions of the kingdom of Subterranea. 5 gira behind them, about 3 miles, already dissolving in the haze, lay Polno, 80 gira from the crater metropolis Neofal. Beside Alison on the rear deck, Thar stood grimly watching the sea slip past. Ghent was prowling around somewhere forward. "Think you we shall see these creatures?" inquired Alison. The sturdy captain looked grave. "I have a presentiment of evil happenings," he said. "See, the waters are darkening. Even now we are passing under the great finger of darkness, beyond which I've been forbidden to venture. Yet I cannot resist this time the urge to learn the fate of the others who ventured on these waters, never to return." Alison looked up just in time to see the jagged tip of a great pillar of black rock penetrating the lower mists from above. Too dark to be a stalactite, it was probably a finger of rock reaching down from the curving roof of this world. Even as he stared after this geological freak, he thought he caught a glimpse of a perpendicular, dark wall meeting the water off to the starboard. Perhaps this was the northern limit of Subterranea, or it might be but a rocky peninsula jutting out from the mainland far away, or another island. He wondered if the floor of the sea here originally had been that of a sea much shallower than the iridescent waters behind. The blue mud of the latter, sometimes dredged up by fishermen, with its abundant lime content, indicated that it had, centuries ago, been submerged many thousands of feet deep, instead of being always its present comparatively shallow depth. Whatever the cataclysm that had formed this vast underworld, it was evident that the floor over which they now were gliding was of a character very different from that of the eastern region. Possibly this part had been the inshore, and therefore shallower section of a steep slope that dropped away to vast depths of another sea, before it all had buckled upward to form this world. Hence, the absence here of those luminous billions of organisms characteristic of great depths, which are also characterized by the same deep layer of mud, like that found about Neofal and the sections lying around it. The sea had grown so dark by now that only the distant yellow glow in the east enabled them to see at all. The oarsmen, who, unlike the crews usually comprised by convicts serving out sentences at the oars, were all free and picked warriors, were rowing cautiously. The galley moved sluggishly, as if sharing the reluctance of its passengers to advance farther. A faint wailing somewhere behind, from the direction of the island Polno, was wafted to Alison's ears. He glanced at Thar, who seemed, however, to have heard nothing. But Alison knew that the hearing of the Subterraneans, strangely, was not acute, although in the dense atmosphere of this world sound travelled far. Still, he reflected, he might have been mistaken about the sound himself. Wrought nerves plus imagination play weird tricks with one at times. Suddenly, from out of the swirling mists on their left, a dark bulk loomed. Too late the blue men saw their danger. Before they could fend off the other craft, a shadowy horde poured over the side. In a trice, the waist of the galley was a mass of struggling bodies. Alison saw Ghent leap out of the melee and run for the steps to the rear deck to join Thar and himself. A slate-hued horror dropped the mangled carcass of a blue man to pursue. With great leaps it reduced the distance between itself and its intended victim. A scaly, pointed tail about 2 feet long curved about its gangling legs, while a head that was half a rat's, half a man's, grimaced horribly above a misshapen torso covered with the short-haired hide of a rodent. More than 8 feet tall, it reached forth a long, skinny arm to grasp Ghent. The bullet Alison dispatched found its mark in the nick of time. A moment later, Ghent stood beside them, firing into the dark horde advancing upon them in terrible silence. Here and there, a great naked form faltered, but the rest came on steadily. The timely shot that had saved Ghent had only temporarily delayed the reckoning for them all. The automatic in Alison's hand snapped futilely. He was reloading it despairingly when his arms were pinned in a vice-like grip. The foul odor of the thing that held him filled him with nausea. A great, fuzzy hand was clapped over his face. His senses reeled as he struggled vainly. Then he felt himself picked up, being borne down the steps. He could see others of the creatures bearing Ghent and Thar and other blue men. A sudden lurch through the air, followed by a light jar, and Alison realized that his own captor had leaped with him to the deck of the other vessel below, a clumsy, raft-like affair in the center of which stood a high-walled enclosure like a stockade. Into this he was pushed with the others. A heavy door closed upon them. "Looks like our finish," remarked Ghent dully. "We're like children in the hands of these monsters." "I wonder whether they are men or just animals," groaned Allison. "They emit only rare squeals among themselves, but those might pass for words. The fact that they were able to construct this float, crude as it is, convinces me that they are thinking beings. Something between a rat and an ape. What disgusting things they are," spat Ghent. "But whatever they are, this explains the fate of the others and the finding of their empty vessels. I saw them carrying off the dead as well as the living. We might guess why." A creaking sound interrupted him. Their captors were at the massive sweeps Allison had noticed. The way the sharpened prow lifted and lurched forward attested to their captor's great strength. "At solving mysteries, we certainly do take the prize," continued Ghent. "However, I don't think we'll live to tell about this one, which may be just as well, for no one would believe it anyway. That reminds me, we're leaving without that gold Hassan so obligingly collected for us." "Oh, well." 8. The Flaming City. To Allison, the hours spent on the floor of the floating prison seemed endless. Actually, the time was less than 6 hours, during which it grew steadily darker. At intervals, he discussed with Ghent and Thar various schemes for escape, but without arrival at any hopeful plan. For the present, at least, they were quite helpless. Both Allison's and Ghent's weapons had been taken from them, further proof that these creatures could reason like men. For a time, the construction of the craft on which they were prisoners puzzled Allison, for it had seemed to him as they were borne across the low deck that the entire affair was made of large reeds, something like bamboo. Probably the region of darkness was without even the stunted fruit trees of a Sans realm from which to construct vessels. And, lacking the skill of the blue men with cement, these creatures must fall back upon whatever their land afforded. The result was scarcely more than a raft with a sharpened prow. Even now, the water could be seen racing between the thick mat of reeds underneath. But how did they contrive to keep a mass of mere reeds from becoming waterlogged and from sinking, much less to navigate such a craft? Then he saw, with the aid of a match from a metal box their captors had overlooked, that the end of each reed was carefully sealed with some plastic substance. Thus was buoyancy maintained. Bound in bundles with ropes of twisted vines, enough of these sealed tubes would float a considerable cargo, but the effort of propelling such an unwieldy mass must be terrific. Yet the rat men, he could think of no other term approximating the giant horrors that held them captive, seemed more than equal to the task. The great raft lifted and lurched forward with each powerful swing of the sweeps, until it seemed that it would be wrenched apart. What chance had they against such creatures? At last, there came a lull in that maddening, steady creaking. The lift and surge of the craft subsided to more deliberate strokes. There was much scurrying about outside the stockade, to an accompaniment of those nerve-wracking squeals which were so incongruous with the size of the monsters that emitted them. Came a great swishing of water as the sweeps were reversed suddenly, a grating over the bottom, followed by a jolting stop. They had arrived somewhere at last. During the last hour, a faint, reddish glow had become noticeable, growing steadily brighter. It flickered eerily now on the wall so that they were able to see about them vaguely. Presently, the door was opened. 2 rat men entered and herded them out like so many cattle, between rows of others of the foul things, standing in silent, close-packed formation. Allison could almost feel their gloating, tawny eyes upon him. Outside the tall stockade walls, a weird and awe-inspiring sight awaited them. Over the rock-strewn waste that lay beyond the sea's edge, a reddish, sickly light pulsated. This light, Allison saw then, came from the top of a rocky cone, seemingly about 1.5 miles inshore. It was like, yet unlike, a volcano. For one thing, it did not seem to be an eruption, despite its fiery peak, the usual muttering of explosions being entirely absent. No lava or rock shot upward from its maw. The ruddy flame that licked its edges, rising in great gusty rolls, looked more like belchings of a huge gas burner, as, in effect, they were. This vast gas well was the remains of what may have been a genuine volcano at one time. Now, however, it was become a vent for the escape of gas that remained. It supplied the light for this grotesque world. Doubtless, it was this beacon by which the rat men had steered their clumsy craft through the darkness. By gestures and pushing, the creatures conveyed their wish that the prisoners swing ashore over a rope stretched from the prow to a natural knob of rock, beyond which a ring of the revolting things waited ominously. The ease with which their erstwhile jailers ran along this rope after them more than ever suggested rodents. A blue man dropped off into the water. Like a vulture, one of the creatures pounced upon and dragged him onto the rocky bank. There was an awful significance to Allison about the fact that the dead which their captors had brought aboard from the galley were no longer in evidence about the deck. That these foul creatures had devoured them, he did not doubt. Thus was explained the inevitable disappearance of the blue men from every fateful vessel that had been found adrift in the region of darkness. Hemmed in by hundreds of the rat men, the band of captives began their march inland toward the monster torch. This proved farther away than Allison had estimated. They had traversed all of 4 miles, part of this distance being over marshy ground where grew reeds like those used in the raft, before they approached the base of the mountain. Here, a strange panorama was presented. Bank after bank of hardened volcanic mud lay in step formation, 1 mile or so deep, all about the immense gas pyre. In the upright faces of these banks were thousands of holes, each about 4 feet in diameter. Out of these holes, at their approach, swarmed a multitude of the creatures, some small, some large and full-grown like their captors. For a brief space, it seemed that their time had come, for the horde pressed forward eagerly, rapaciously. Only the prompt herding of the captives into one of the openings closely saved them for the time being. Outside, the dreadful creatures danced about, squeaking in frenzied abandon, while several stood guard at the opening, silent and apparently unmoved. The demonstration outside sent needles of ice through Allison's veins. The cries of the pack, rejoicing at the nearness, the helplessness of their prey. After a time, however, they dispersed. Utterly weary, Allison dropped off into merciful slumber. 9. The Chamber of Sacrifices. The days that followed were hideous ones for the band of captives beside the flaming mountain. Their number had been temporarily augmented by a second craft, which had brought women and children, as well as more men. They came from the island of Polno. They solved the mystery of the distant wailing Allison had heard across the water just before their own capture. For the first time in the history of the underworld, the creatures of the darkness had made a concerted attack upon the blue men, actually venturing into the light and upon their land. With the arrival of the others, the entire band was moved to a larger chamber, or burrow, as it may be more appropriately called, for it was naught but a vast hole, widened by the claws of these half-human beasts until it resembled a huge igloo inside. For food, they were brought fragments of strange raw meat, and, to the joy of Allison and Ghent, fresh water to drink. Evidently, there was a stream or spring somewhere in this country. The water, which was set upon the ground in a large bowl of baked mud, was at first refused by Thar and the rest, who thought it was sea-water. Later, they too drank of it. At the meat, however, they all balked, until, sadly famished, Allison and Ghent managed to cook some of it over a small fire made with pieces of rushes and reeds that formed their bedding. Ill-tasting as it proved, the meat kept them alive, for it was their only food. Daily, rat-men other than those who guarded them came and tore away members of the prison colony. From a crevice in the top of their prison, Allison could see the unfortunate ones herded up a trail along the side of the mountain, finally disappearing somewhere among the many fissures there. Whether the rat-men knew of the existence of this crevice caused by the drying out of the thick mud roof, the prisoners did not know. It was possible that they did, but were disdainful of the strength of their captives to widen it through several feet of well-hardened mud without the aid of claws like their own. By turns, Allison and Ghent, assisted by Thar, worked with the edge of the metal matchbox to cut through that sheath, while the others managed to hide their labors from the guards. The work was pitifully slow, and they knew not whether they would be any better off if they did succeed in cutting through to the outside. But it gave them something to do and kept them from going mad. When they were not working at the crevice, they plugged it with wet mud. One thing gave them hope. This was the fact that when they had been moved to the larger prison, they were led away from the more thickly populated section. Perhaps here they might hope to escape the observation of the denizens of the city once they got out, unobserved by the guards. It was a forlorn chance, but, being the only one, better than none. At last the crevice had been widened to an outlet of some 12 inches. It was at this stage an observing youth among the prisoners came near to upsetting their plans. While Allison, Ghent, and Thar were not watching, he took out the mud plug and wriggled through the opening. They had not missed him when he crept back hours later, and thus it was they learned of the sacrifices that soon would be the fate of them all if they remained there. "I was seen after I had gone a little way," the youth wept to Thar. He had really slipped out to follow his mother, who had just been taken away with some others. "They made me walk with the rest, but they did not know that I'd escaped. They thought I was trying to come back. Far up the mountainside they led us, O Sinai, till our feet were bleeding from the sharp rocks. At last we reached a cavern, into which the air rushed with a great roar. So swift was its passage that even the things must cling to the side to stand upright. The rest of us could but crawl upon our hands and knees. Finally, we reached a circular chamber, in the center of which was a great chasm, and out of this a column of fire shot up and disappeared through a large hole in the roof. The things dragged our people toward the fiery chasm, one after the other, and cast them out into the fire, while one of their number stood near the edge, leaping and waving his dreadful arms about strangely, and leading the others in a shrill chant. They would throw several out, then dance and leap more wildly than ever with their leader for a while, then begin again. Some of those thrown into the fire would catch at another ledge below and drag themselves back up to the precipice where stood the leader. Instead of pushing back those who managed to climb this far, in spite of their burns, he would help them out, whereupon one of the waiting things would dart forward and seize him, and after that, O Sinai, they would... From the faltering youth, Thar elicited with difficulty a harrowing account of cannibalism, based on some crazed notions these creatures had about the return to them of certain of their sacrifices by their god, the fiery devil of the mountain. This could not, however, account for the source of the mysterious meat diet on which the entire population, including their guards, seemed to subsist. A dreadful suspicion came to Allison. Could it be that these fiends feasted upon one another, on their weaker members perhaps, and that this was what he and the rest of the captives had been living upon? The thought left him faint with nausea. He scarcely heard the youth as he continued. Then happened that which enabled me to escape. One of our men began to fight so hard just as he reached the edge of the chasm that one of the things almost slipped off with him. The one who had been leading the others in the chanting ceased waving his arms to go to the other's assistance. In the struggle for balance on the rough edge of the chasm, all three disappeared. At this, all the things began to squeal horribly. Several ran to the chasm's edge. In the excitement, I found myself suddenly free and unwatched. I ran back the way we had come as fast as I could, until at last I reached here. You won't let them take me again, O Sinai, will you? The galley captain turned to Allison and Ghent. My friends, what can we say to this lad? Must we wait here until these monsters carry us all away to their sacrifices? I have a plan, said Allison presently. The crevice now is almost large enough for all to escape, but the alarm would be spread at once by the 2 guards that remain outside. Suppose we send this brave youth forth for several stones which may be used for weapons inside. By that time we will have widened the opening so that Ghent and I can slip outside and attack the guards. At the same time, your men will attack them from the inside. It's a long chance, despite our numbers, for their strength is tremendous, but it's our only opportunity. Upon this plan, they agreed. 4 trips the intrepid youth made without being discovered. Meanwhile, Allison and Ghent worked desperately at the opening. At last, they found that they could squeeze through, leaving the collected stones for the others whom Thar had selected for their size and strength to use in their concentrated attack. Allison and Ghent succeeded in wriggling through to the outside, where they too were successful in picking up a sizable stone for each hand, a short distance away in the flickering shadows, without detection. With thudding hearts, they slipped back toward their erstwhile prison, and the formidable pair on guard. Their cause seemed a forlorn one, for unless they were exceedingly lucky in casting the first stone apiece at the rat-men, they must depend upon a hand-to-hand encounter, and the uncertain quality of a stone held hammer-fashion in one hand to pound their adversaries into submission, certainly a doubtful proposition at best, once the giant rat-men had closed upon them. Still, it was not impossible that the blue men might succeed in turning the tide of battle in time. Separating, they crept round opposite sides of the prison burrow, having the good fortune to appear simultaneously before the unsuspecting guards, one of which was actually lying down. With what coolness he could command, Allison aimed his precious missile for the revolting head. As in a slow-motion picture, he remembered afterward the surprise in those blazing eyes, the curious appearance of the peaked ears at the side of the head, as the owner struggled clumsily to get to its feet. He saw, afraid to believe his eyes, the stone strike with a resounding impact just forward of one of those fuzzy ears, and the creature go suddenly limp. The next instant he was grappling with the other rat-man, who was in the act of bending the powerful Ghent backward over one skinny knee, like a reed. Again and again, Allison struck that awful body with the stone he still held, without finding a vital spot. The blue men were over and about the guard, hammering, holding, biting frenziedly. With one sweep of an arm, the rat-man scraped most of them off, and clutched Allison about the throat with a paralyzing grip. Everything went black before his eyes. But in doing this, the rat-man had released Ghent. The blue men, too, were back like so many demons. Just when Allison thought all was over with him, the long, scaly fingers at his throat relaxed their grip. A few moments later, he opened his eyes to see Ghent bending over the dreadful thing, to make sure it was dead, while the blue men swarmed murderously over the other one, The struggle had been a brief one, after all. The surprised rat-men had scarcely uttered a sound, and none of their kind had yet appeared to assist them. Without the loss of an instant, the youth was started for the sacrificial cavern, Allison and all the rest following close on his heels. Their luck still held. Without meeting any further resistance, they shortly found themselves stumbling over the rough floor of the cavern, with the rushing intake of air tugging at their bodies. Allison and Ghent, by reason of their size, swung the two clubs which the surprised guards had not found time to wield in that sudden, fierce struggle. These were in reality more like slings, each consisting of a stone ingeniously woven in a net of vines, with a long twist of the latter for a handle. They did not need the licking light to tell them that they were nearing their goal. The shrieking of the blue women, mingled with moans and squeaking chants, rose and fell in a horrible cadence. Allison paused briefly at the turn that would bring them into the great chamber, restraining and putting behind him their youthful guide. "Now, at them with everything we've got!" he yelled, darting out into the open. The rat-men met them, snarling and squealing terrifyingly. There were 8 of them. Although the attackers and intended victims together outnumbered them 4-1, only the desperation of that band gave it a chance against those monsters. The blue men fought like beings possessed, with nail and rock, teeth and knees. Allison and Ghent, swinging their clubs like madmen, felled 3 of their harried assailants and bowled a 4th over the fiery precipice. Then Allison was flung against the wall so forcibly that his brain skipped a space. When he staggered to his feet once more, the maddened blue folk had all but overwhelmed the remainder of the enemy with the help of Ghent, who seemed to be everywhere at once. It was as if he bore a charmed life, slipping from the fatal grasp of those long arms again and again, by inches. Even Thar was emulating him with the aid of a captured club. Allison was just in time for the finish. The 2 rat-men that still stood up under that wild band's assault were sent quickly to join their fellows in the flaming depths. As the victors stood panting and watching the flames shoot up into the great natural flue, Allison understood the reason why they were able to withstand the heat generated. They were standing in what was evidently a vast natural gas mixing chamber. Through the cavern from the outside of the mountain, which lighted the rat-men's realm, was sucked the air with its oxygen content to fan that bluish flame below into full radiance. However, the rushing in of the cool air and the rapid movement of the heat upward kept the chamber from becoming unbearably hot, though it was far from comfortable. Also, here where the suction had a chance to widen out, it tugged less at their bodies than it had in the narrowness of the passage farther back. It was no feat to keep one's footing in this place. It was while briefly examining and analyzing these features that Allison, pausing there near Ghent and Thar, discovered the curious physical phenomenon that was to play so big a part in their salvation, and to result in the death of one of the 3. 10. When the earth exploded. The phenomenon that had caught Allison's eye was a second opening to the chamber, close beside that through which they had come, but partly hidden by a point of rock. It was visible only from the outer edge of the precipice, where he now stood. Out of this opening came a continuous, bluish stream of gas. This blended at once into the roaring column of fire in the center. "A feeder," Allison muttered. "What?" shouted Ghent above the din, noting the movement of his lips. For answer, Allison drew Ghent beside him and pointed to the newly discovered opening. There was but a few feet of rock between it and the first one. "Looks like one of the natural gas passages to this inferno," he shouted. "If we had a way of following that back and finding an opening into it somewhere from the other passage, what a 4th of July bang we might set off." But why? Allison looked serious. Have you considered how we're going to get out of this damnable country? We've succeeded only in killing a couple of guards and a few fire-worshipping priests. There remains a city full of rat men surrounding the base of this side of the mountain. All right, I'll bite. What's the answer? I wish I knew. Still, if we were charged by a multitude and could find a way to touch off a square mile or so of their unprepossessing terrain, we might do more than bluff our way out of this dreadful realm. Of course, we wouldn't feel this little upheaval ourselves. Ironically. Allison smiled wanly. I guess I hadn't thought about that. There was one place on our way where I thought I smelled gas. If we could find an opening there, and if— Too many ifs, objected Kent. Well, anyway, we may as well be leading the way out of here, said Allison. Slim as our chances will be outside. There's no percentage in remaining bottled up inside this big fire engine until the rest of those fiends call for us. With the remainder of the blue band at their heels, they started back, planless and glum. They had traversed about 2/3 of the way out, when Allison detected the odor of gas again. Curious, he halted and called Gent's attention to it. Together, they felt about briefly until Allison discovered a hole that went through the wall on their left, toward the other passage. Through this opening, he stretched an arm as far as he could reach. There was a stout suction about his hand as it penetrated to where, undoubtedly, a stream of gas or a mixture of gas and air raced by, since the smell of it grew stronger as his hand evidently diverted a quantity of it into their own passage. Now, if we just had about 1.5 miles of fuse, said Allison dryly. And here's a few useless yards of it, said Gent, jerking a small roll out of an inside pocket of his jacket. The devils missed it, but they might as well have had it for all the good it is to us now. We'd be blown to smithereens if we succeeded in setting off that gas with this scrap. He flung it down at Thar's feet. The latter was keenly interested in the reason for their deliberations. They paused long enough to explain to him, then resumed their way quickly. The mouth of the cavern was reached through the darkness without their encountering any other rat-men. But, as they hesitated in search of a way round the monstrous city below, consternation suddenly overwhelmed them. A veritable army of rat-men was advancing along the slope to their right. The dead guards had been discovered. Now, if we only had that earthquake all rigged up to shoot, mourned Gent. Well, let's get going from these parts, round the mountain to the other side, quick! Running and leaping over jagged rocks, madly scrambling down precipitous cliffs, they fled in futile effort to outdistance that awful pack. Yet they had a sufficient lead at the start to enable them to reach a smooth swale at the base, where better footing prevailed. Quicker progress was now possible. Further, soft ground with patches of reeds growing on it stretched ahead. Perhaps they could lose the heavier pursuers behind them across this. Allison could hear Gent breathing strenuously behind him, and the shuffle of the blue men following. He looked back for the first time since their precipitate flight. Yes, there were the rat-men, not far this side of the cavern's mouth, which could be seen from their vantage point beyond the base of the mountain. But where was Thar? Allison had thought the galley captain right behind Gent. But further conjectures were rudely shattered. He felt a tremor run through the earth, simultaneous with a queer jar in the air. Then a terrific clap of thunder seemed to burst directly overhead. As in a dream, he saw half the mountain heave outward, carrying the dark horde with it. Thar! He's done it! He heard Gent gasp even as a hurricane swept them to the ground. Somehow, neither knowing nor caring whether they were injured, Allison and Gent got to their feet and ran from the avalanche of rock and mud, the remnant of blue men scattering behind them. Across the treacherous, quaking ground they raced, unmindful of quicksand or bog. To put as much distance as possible between them and the crumbling mountain was the one idea in their minds then. Allison had a fleeting impression of the cone, far up in the black sky, buckling like a dynamited stack. Debris and flame belched from the peak and caving walls. Then a second and deeper explosion rocked the world around him. 11. Through the rock sky. For minutes the ground swayed to the accompaniment of a rain of rocks, Allison reeling drunkenly with it. He saw Ghent struggling dazedly to his feet close by. Here and there, the still bodies of blue men lay. A few wandered about aimlessly in the distance. Of the rat men, there was no trace. A mile-long sheet of flame rolled up from a chasm that had ripped open the ground from the middle of the mountain to far back into the plain across which the captives had approached the city of Burrows. The city itself was covered by the toppled wall of the mountain. Such was the havoc wrought by the hand of Thar, who had sacrificed himself that his people might have a fighting chance. The few yards of discarded fuse had proved more than enough for his purpose, after listening to Allison's theory about igniting the subterranean gas stream. It was a miracle that both Allison and Ghent had escaped death in the now subsiding rain of rock that had practically annihilated the blue men. "God!" cried Allison. "Let's get out of this inferno before it's too late." "Out? How? Where?" "There, perhaps." He pointed beyond and above the exploded mountain. Following his outstretched arm, Ghent saw, high up and all but lost in the distance, a curious thread of white, strangely distinct despite its evident remoteness. His heart bounded with sudden hope. Could it be daylight? He cried suddenly, almost hysterically. "Allison, old pal, do you suppose that's what it is?" "We can find out," replied Allison. "Let's hike. That is," anxiously, "if you're okay." "I'm all right, but, well, I guess there's no hope that Thar escaped the hell he stayed to touch off, and it looks like the few blue men that survived have decided on beating it back toward their own land." Hugging what remained of the southern shoulder of the mountain, they plodded on toward that rift far up in the southwestern sky. On the other side of the mountain, they found an uninhabited, desolate valley, the floor of which sloped sharply upward ahead. The sides of this valley curved up into the pulsing dusk, and were lost from sight. On and on they plodded, the trough of the rugged valley growing steadily steeper. The old beacon remained discouragingly of the same size, as if they were drawing no nearer to it. To their anxious eyes, it even seemed to have receded after an hour of arduous climbing. Hours later, when at last it appeared that they had reduced the distance between them and that strange bright line ahead and far above them, it faded slowly until it no longer was visible. Their disappointment, however, was more than offset by the removal of any doubt now that the vanished thread of light actually was daylight filtering through a rift somewhere above. Weary and hungry, but with hopeful hearts, they dropped on the dry ground to fall into dreamless sleep. When Allison woke, the rift was visible once more. He shook Ghent awake, and a few minutes later they were again on their way. All that day they struggled upward, the way becoming ever more difficult. Great rocks and yawning fissures alternately barred their path, forcing them to seek roundabout routes to pass these. Their feet and hands were raw from continual contact with sharp ledges, their bodies weak with hunger. Only the swelling size of that white line ahead kept them going. When finally it grew dim, they fell in their tracks, to toss in uneasy slumber the night through. Late afternoon of the following day found them nearing their goal with the desperation of drowning men, and the courage that is given to only a few. The thread of white had grown to a bold but crooked rift. As they paused to rest and gaze at it with questionable hope, a wedge of light penetrated the blackness beneath. The phenomenon was unmistakable. It was a ray of sunshine breaking through a fissure in the roof of this weird world, like a rainbow of promised release. They felt new life well up within them at the sight. Drawing recklessly on their reserve strength in that wave of exultation, they climbed feverishly for a time. At last, exhausted, they threw themselves down again, scarcely able to bear the pain of their tortured limbs. Their own world was less than half a mile away, but would they be able to reach it even now? Far, far behind them they could see the shattered gas crater, its ghastly glare lost here in the faint illumination from the rift above. Allison thought that great torch, shrunken now by distance, looked like a miniature Vesuvius. Then the changing angle of the sun caused the welcome ray of sunshine to withdraw. Gradually then, the jagged white opening grew dimmer, until at last it had vanished once more. They were forced to rest until daybreak, before proceeding farther. Their plight now was desperate. Without food, all but spent from hunger and overexertion, they were not even sure they could negotiate the remainder of the trail from their subterranean prison. Nor could they know whether or not they should find civilization, if, indeed, the opening ahead proved large enough for them to crawl through, for even a small chink can be seen a long way in a dark interior. They fell asleep, finally, to lie in a sort of stupor until dawn. Morning, however, found both Allison and Ghent resolved to win through in spite of all odds. This determination was rewarded by the finding of a spring not long after their start. They were refreshed greatly by this first drink since leaving their burrowed prison. Unfortunately, they had no means of carrying any of the precious fluid with them, and they might well expect to find only a burning desert waste outside. They rested a while beside the spring, soaking up its life-giving moisture against the probable drought before them. It was here they made a find that was probably the means of their finally escaping with their lives. They captured several snails, which they devoured, though their sole acquaintance with such fare, cooked or otherwise, had consisted of a recollection of reading somewhere that snails were relished by certain human beings as a delicacy. They proved anything but delicacies, however. Once more they pressed on. The slope here on each side gave way to rugged, encroaching walls that steadily narrowed the little valley. The rift was close now, but the going was becoming more nearly impossible every minute. Great fragments of rock, evidently jarred loose from above, blocked their way. They were obliged to climb over piles of these, the sharp edges tearing their already bleeding hands cruelly. At last, the break was almost overhead. It was then that they saw a precipitous wall blocking their way. Upon nearing it, they were relieved to observe that it offered numerous footholds. They hesitated only long enough to choose a likely route to the top. About 50 feet up they came to a ledge. Along this they crept cautiously, to where they could see the daylight gleaming whitely through a long fissure in the roof close above them. An immense, loose pyramid of rock below this opening enabled them to climb precariously to within about 10 feet of it. If this pile should slip and sink but a few feet, they might never escape, despite their maddening nearness to the outlet. Ghent elected to boost Allison up. By inches he raised him as smoothly as one big man can raise another almost as big while in a famished condition, lest a sudden lurch should send them both sprawling to the foot of that pile with several tons of rock after them. "I've got it, Hugh," came a welcome hail from Allison, as, barely able to reach the edges of the opening, he grasped them and drew himself up painfully. There was just enough space to get through. The problem of pulling Ghent up was not so simple, for they no longer had their rope. However, this was solved by lowering the legs of his trousers and pulling these back with Ghent clutching their ends. At last, they both stood over the fissure that had been their beacon in the great expanse of subterranean sky. Its newly broken edges suggested a recent upheaval. Remembering the terrific force of that first explosion, which had split the flaming mountain in two, Allison could easily understand how this break might have been formed in an already weak section of the Earth's crust, such as the expanding volume of air would naturally seek. Something like the blowing out of a stopper at the end of the long, bottle-like valley they had followed. "Poor old Thar," he said sadly. "He alone is responsible for our escape." "True," agreed Ghent, "but I wonder if we're any better off." He pointed significantly. They had climbed out of the fissure into a litter of big boulders. It was between two of these that Ghent was pointing. Stepping beside him, Allison gazed out upon an unbroken waste of sand. A hot hand seemed to touch his neck. The morning sun was progressing in its murderous march zenithward. 2 days later, an expedition led by Dr. Torrance Lacosta, returning from across the Hogar Plateau on an unsuccessful search for the lost city of the desert, said to be somewhere north of Lake Chad, was startled by two wild-eyed apparitions staggering into his camp. Their babbling of a mysterious subterranean world he put down as the wanderings of deranged minds. From dwindling stores, Lacosta nourished and doctored the pair, the while traveling as rapidly back towards civilization as their condition permitted of being carried in the litters. In time, Allison and Ghent recovered sufficiently to tell a coherent story to their incredulous rescuer. When at last they had convinced him that they actually had visited a subterranean world filled with a race of industrious thinking beings, any turning back to find and chart the outlet was out of the question. 12. Lost Worlds. 4 months later, following an unsuccessful expedition to rediscover the back door to Subterranea, Allison and Ghent sought to guide Lacosta and a party of other scientists to the more accessible, though possibly more hazardous entrance via the shaft underneath the Great Pyramid. Here again, they were to meet with disappointment. Partway down that dank opening, they were halted by a cave-in. Perhaps these walls, which were centuries old, had given away at last in some tremor of the earth, a slight earthquake, or even a faint jar radiating from the force behind that devastating explosion far back in the Ratman's country, deep under the earth's surface. It may have been that the walls of the long shaft actually were on the point of collapsing when the adventurers had first descended. At any rate, the shaft was effectively blocked with tons upon tons of rock blocks. The region of the lost city of the desert and Lake Chad saw other expeditions in renewed search for the other entrance to the equally lost underworld. All returned, except one, the last, which has not been heard of since it started out. In it were the intrepid Allison and Ghent, become inveterate adventurers after all. Whether they were the victims of the mysterious, hostile natives of some of the buried desert cities previously encountered by scientists in the region, or had found and penetrated the realm of surviving rat-men with fatal result, probably never will be known. Or they may have been lost in an attempt to explore the limbus of Sheol, that region of the unknown beyond the end of the passage at the waterfall, where the unfortunate Ahmed had been destroyed. The Sphinx continues to watch inscrutably over the secrets of Subterranea and the Sahara Sea, including the fate of its discoverers and the access to a vast surplus of gold, which seems safe enough for the present. Caverns of Horror by Lawrence Manning. 1. Some time has passed since I first told you about the Stranger Club, up on West 53rd Street. I have spent part of it in the great lounge listening to stories of one sort or another, but they must wait, for, starting in this room last month, I have been led into as extraordinary an adventure as any I have been told, and I must tell it as it befell. Perhaps the telling may help me to forget. I suppose women are more curious than men about some things. Quiet, reserved men who do not tell all they know, for instance, drive them frantic with curiosity. Many a man owes a pretty wife to the mere fact that she could not find out enough about him any other way than by marrying him. These are not idle remarks, for Smithers, though still single, is just that sort. I saw him once at a charity ball at the plaza, and you could fairly see the feminine fingers twitch to get at him. But then Smithers seldom attended dances, and the word mystery was written on the carriage of his body and in the slow, amused smile that looked out from his handsome face. But the oddest thing about Smithers is that men feel the mystery as well. At the club, everyone treats him with exaggerated familiarity, whereas no one knows him really well. He has a curious knack for impersonal friendship. This story is largely about Smithers. It started at the Stranger Club on a Friday evening. My friend Seaman was back from his latest trip to Africa, and I had been licking my lips in anticipation of a good yarn. So far, however, he had only mumbled something in his meek, quiet voice about trouble with the cannibals up some river or other, where he had been piloting an expedition looking for oil. He had admitted that it was a sort of a war, and that he had had to pot a few of them. Also that 3 of his Basuto porters had been scragged. That is just exactly like Seaman. To think of him doing things in a heroic way seems absurd. How nature ever managed to crowd his adventurous temperament and brave mind into that dried-up, meek-looking little body of his is a puzzle. Also present at the club that evening was Colonel Marsh, and he and Seaman and I were wandering around the great lounge, talking about Africa and examining some of the heads which the colonel had bagged a year ago and presented to the club. In particular was the head of a huge white rhinoceros that glared down from the wall on the right of the great fireplace. Smithers had been reading and drinking whiskey sodas in the library, and we had the lounge to ourselves. We had, I suppose, talked loudly enough for Smithers to overhear us in the next room. At all events, as we stood admiring the rhino, we became aware that Smithers was beside us. We eyed him silently for a moment. He was staring hard at the head on the wall and finally turned around to face Colonel Marsh with that teasing, amused smile on his face. Marsh's pipe-stained moustache bristled, and his face grew redder than usual. "Quite a beast," said Smithers with a half-smile. "Weighed 3 tons, shook the earth when he charged," snapped the colonel. "But I suppose you had a good, heavy rifle." "My Martinson Express. Wished it had been a howitzer." Smithers raised his eyebrows politely and sauntered off, leaving the worthy colonel sputtering with rage. "The damn puppy. I'd like to see him face a charging rhino." We sympathized warmly, for both Seaman and myself had been puzzled by Smithers' remarks, and Seaman, who ought to know, told Marsh that he rather envied him that head. Almost anyone except a fool, I thought, knew that the white rhino was a prize from both the point of view of rarity and risk. Now certainly Smithers was not a fool. I began to wonder even then, and curiosity was at the back of my mind during the next hour while we plied the heated colonel with cooling drink and smoothed his ruffled sensibilities in the quiet taproom. Smithers had not actually said anything calculated to insult, but his attitude had suggested sheer scorn, and the colonel fumed long over it. I left Seaman and Colonel Marsh after a while and sauntered into the lounge once more. There, legs braced apart and arms in pockets, stood Smithers in front of the rhino, as though trying to stare down those glassy eyes. I thought to myself that if Colonel Marsh should happen in, there would be a certain explosion. And, of course, even as I glanced around at the doorway, there he was, red and bristling. I shuddered and closed my eyes. When I opened them again, the two were facing each other, the one lean and ironical, the other stout and furious. Smithers put his hand on Marsh's shoulder paternally. "You must come out to my place and have some real shooting sometime." "Take your hand away, sir. Damn puppy. You must be drunk, sir." "Never more sober. But what's the matter? Don't you like shooting?" The colonel boiled over and stamped away in a rage. Smithers turned to us. "I thought he liked shooting. You two might care to come out, perhaps?" "Smithers, you are drunk. You live in a respectable Long Island suburb. What do you propose to shoot?" Smithers smiled maddeningly. "I'll bet $1,000 against a 44 dum-dum that I'll give you more game to shoot, and bigger game, than ever was found in Africa." From the other side of the room, the colonel's snort sounded like a maddened beast. Smithers turned languidly toward him. "That goes for you as well, Marsh." "I ought to take it, just to teach you a lesson. I will take it. You and Seaman here?" "But Marsh, he's drunk. Must be." "Drunk or sober, it'll cost him 1,000. I shrugged. After all, Smithers was rich enough and certainly deserved it. "All right, it is a bet. Smithers?" "Right you are. When shall we say? This weekend?" Seaman had an engagement, so we made it for the following week. Smithers looked slowly from one to the other of us, and his face grew serious. "Bring elephant guns and explosive shells," he said soberly, "and I'd suggest leather leggings and heavy shooting jackets. I'll expect you Friday evening." And he sauntered out of the room, leaving us half amused and wholly angry at him. Big game shooting on Long Island. Well, we were going to be there, we decided, and we would take the man's money without the slightest compunction. "After all, $1,000 is worth going for," said Seaman mildly, and mixed himself another drink. I puzzled a moment over the incident. If the man had wanted us there without fail, he could not have handled the invitation better than he had. But why did he want us? Certainly not for big game, I decided. Then what? Could it be to protect himself from something? Perhaps the man had enemies, unscrupulous ones. Possibly he had fallen foul of gangsters or racketeers in some way, although it was difficult to imagine the aristocratic Smithers mixed up in such matters. During the following week, I became more and more convinced that the invitation was serious. I phoned Seaman, who pooh-poohed me out of countenance. "He'll set us shooting mice or rabbits. That's about it." "Well, you may be right. Rather humorous to shoot a mouse with an elephant gun, though." He laughed. "Good, man. We'll take along the artillery and we'll dress the part, eh? This will tickle the colonel." And so, on Friday afternoon, we gathered at Marsh's apartment and commenced preparations. We wore leather breeches and leggings, and Seaman had heavy knee boots. We provided ourselves with pith helmets, and each wore leather bandoliers filled with cartridges. We emptied 2 pints of the colonel's bourbon during the dressing, and under such inspiration I insisted we each thrust 2 revolvers into our belts. When we staggered down to the car with our heavy rifles, we must have made an extraordinary picture. The doorman stared, and the elevator boy swallowed his chewing gum at sight of us and almost wrecked the car before we got down to the street level. Out we marched across the sidewalk and into the car, while passers-by stopped and rubbed their eyes unbelievingly at the sight. I drove until we were across the 59th Street Bridge, and then stepped on the accelerator. It was late afternoon when we arrived at Pauling's, on the north shore of Long Island, and asked a lonely and bored traffic policeman for direction. He gave it as though he wondered what we might want at Smithers. He knew the house well enough, one could tell that. It was close to sunset when we turned up Smithers Drive. His place was rather unusual. a large area of woods through which the drive curved, and autumn tints on the trees made it doubly attractive. Then a broad sweep of lawn, tree-dotted, with the house set on a knoll, and beyond that a small lake in a dell enclosed by all pine trees. We just had a glimpse as the day died, and then we were at the door, and a lean-faced butler took us over from the footman who opened to us. We were led into what must have served Smithers for a library. "Mr. Smithers is expecting you, and will be down directly," said the butler as he left us. He came within the minute and stood in the doorway, cool and smiling, eyeing our equipment with particular care, it seemed to me. I wondered suddenly how sober he had been at the club a few nights ago. And evidently the colonel was thinking of the same thing, for he had the grace to blurt out, "We're here for that $1,000 of yours, Smithers. Hope you haven't forgotten." "Rather not. But first you must judge of the hunting. Afterwards we settle the bet." "Oh, come, Smithers, what nonsense. Do you still keep up the pretense of big game here on Long Island?" Smithers gave him a quizzical look. "We eat first, hunt at night," said he. "Would you like to wash up?" All through dinner, Colonel Marsh and I endeavored to pin our host down to the details of the big game he proposed to present us, but he was very non-committal. "Is it tame?" I asked. "Some animals you have fenced in here on your estate?" He shook his head at that. "Wildcat?" snapped the colonel. Another negative. Seaman's thoughts were unreadable behind that fevered yellow face of his. But over our dessert, he asked the most startling question of all. "Hunting man tonight, Smithers?" I gasped, but Smithers smiled more blandly than ever and shook his head. "Don't you think you'd better tell us so that we can be prepared?" added Seaman. "That is, if the whole thing really isn't a joke of some kind." "You will have time to judge for yourselves later on," Smithers said simply. "Damn it all, it's all very well for you, but how about us?" "Afraid, Colonel?" asked Smithers lazily. The good Colonel's neck swelled visibly and became a deep purple tint. His moustache quivered, and the lips set firmly. Not another question did he ask, and it was half an hour before he spoke to Smithers again. During that time, there was something upon our host's mind. We could all see it. He was nervous and without his usual poise. Several times he cleared his throat as if to say something, but changed his mind every time. Finally, he rose to his feet and shepherded us into a curious round room, not more than 12 feet across. Upon the walls were weapons of every conceivable description. Along the baseboard ran drawers which were filled with ammunition. 4 cushioned seats were set in the wall in pairs, suggestive of bunks aboard ship. From under one of these, Smithers drew whiskey and soda and 4 glasses and pulled down a small folding shelf to set them on. "We will start out from this room in a few minutes," he announced. And now we all, I think, began to wonder together whether something serious might not lie ahead of us. What it was puzzled us to imagine. A barred and grated French door was set opposite the entrance, which had been closed. To this I went and peered out at the darkness. I could make out lights in houses some distance away, and the stars revealed the edge of the woods. As I looked, Smithers came over and drew heavy curtains, smiling at me mysteriously. We joined him around the table and sipped our drinks quietly, while Smithers went over our equipment carefully and suggested that we each carry a revolver, bringing the necessary number down from the walls. "But we already have one each," expostulated the colonel. "These throw 44 explosive bullets," said Smithers quietly. The whiskey was strong, for the floor seemed unsteady once or twice, but I thought nothing of that at the time. The room began to feel oppressive and close. I suggested that the window be opened, and Smithers looked at me portentously. "You don't know what you ask," he remarked, and Seaman cocked his head slightly sideways and studied him with his expressionless eyes. Colonel Marsh fumed a second, and then exploded with accumulated annoyance. He said. "You young devil, how long are you going to keep us here? It's all stuff and nonsense, it is, don't deny it. I've a mind to leave your house this instant." His face fiery, he stamped to the door by which we had entered the room and seized the handle. It was locked. "I really think, Smithers," put in Seaman quietly, "that you'd better explain." He looked from one to the other of us, smiling more teasingly than ever. "In 5 more minutes, we will leave this room," was his answer. "We will go out and commence what will be the most exciting and perhaps the most dangerous hunting you have ever experienced. When we return, Colonel Marsh here will gladly pay me the bet." The room was stifling by now, and my eardrums throbbed and my head ached. Smithers drew from a drawer the largest hand flashes I had ever seen, and tried them, one by one. They cast great, searching beams of light against the narrow walls of the already well-lighted room. Silently, he handed one to each of us. Then he prepared one more drink all around, and bade us down it. It tasted queer, and Seaman eyed him sharply at the first sip. Smithers flushed slightly. "It's all right," said he. "As a matter of fact, it's medicine. We'll need it where we're going." He held up his own empty glass as he spoke. When we had drained our glasses and set them down, he cleared them away and made the room shipshape once again. Then he opened a drawer and drew out 2 dynamite bombs, placing them on the floor beside the curtained French door. The floor jarred slightly just a second before he did so, and the walls seemed to quiver an instant, a matter which puzzled me and would have made me more curious than it did, had my head not ached so or my ears not been drumming so loudly to the pulse of my heart. Smithers pulled aside the curtains and lifted a heavy bar which kept the door shut. We crowded out into the night. 2. It was black outdoors and smelt musty, nor was the air so fresh as it had been earlier. The sky was evidently overcast also, for not a light could be seen in any direction, though I strained my eyes. It was deathly still, and none of the usual night sounds could be heard. The nameless oppression upon my senses became more pronounced than ever, and my ears hurt me when I swallowed. Smithers said, "It's rocky going for a bit, watch your step," and turned his flash on the ground. We were, I imagined, going down the slope to the little pond behind the house, but I hadn't remembered it as being so steep, and there was hardly a vestige of earth over the rocks, and no vegetation whatever. This puzzled me at the outset, but after we had walked a good half-mile down a steep boulder-strewn incline, I was much more than puzzled. I was amazed. Smithers silenced 1 or 2 attempts at conversation, and we stepped as quietly as we could, but must have made noise enough to be heard a mile away in that quiet place. Presently, he halted and turned off his light. We gathered around him in the intense, unearthly darkness. "Now we must go carefully. Use your ears as much as your eyes," he whispered. "Use them on what?" grunted Colonel Marsh from the black void. "I can't tell you." "Why not, man? Is it secret?" "There are no words in the language to tell you. I have been here before, and I saw— I can't tell you what. Don't you suppose I would if I could?" "Will you tell me frankly?" put in Seaman. "Are you serious? Not trying to play a joke?" Smithers groaned impatiently. "If you would stop whispering and listen and look, you might see for yourself." As he spoke, I saw something and gripped Seaman's arm hard. It was a faint, distant light, rather phosphorescent, I imagined, which seemed to float through the air 100 yards away. It was receding and vanished shortly after I saw it. Memories thronged to my mind of tales my old Scotch nurse used to tell me when I was a child. Will-o'-the-wisps. Silly, perhaps, but what rational explanation was there? We had all 4 of us seen it, evidently, for not a man moved, We barely breathed. Then 3 tiny sparks showed at some distance, quite undeterminable in the darkness, and seemed to play with each other, dancing in a dreamy pattern against the heavy velvet black. We heard Smithers shuffle forward cautiously, and followed him in a bunch. For perhaps 5 minutes he continued, seeming to feel his way with his feet. "This is as far as I came before," he said. "It drops away here sharply." As he spoke, he flashed his light down at his feet, and we started back at the sight of a sheer cliff 20 feet or more deep, with a flat area extending away below into the darkness. The shock of sudden light staggered us. Then the light flicked off, and we could see nothing for a full minute. But we heard something. As if in answer to the light signal, a hissing began far away to the right, and Smithers whispered, "Get your guns and lights ready." I flashed on my light at once, and its great beam cut a hole through the darkness down toward the hissing. Something greyish-yellow moved there, was approaching. It seemed an enormous distance away, but came on at a terrific rate of speed. Then it began to take shape and form to my eyes, and it was indescribable. A huge head filled with needle-like teeth and soft-looking, shapeless legs. That may give some idea. The mouth was open, and its cavernous size shut off almost all view of the body. I had hardly time to gasp before Colonel Marsh's elephant gun went off like a thunderclap. He must have missed, for the onrush did not pause a second. The hissing was like steam escaping from a boiler now, and the thing flung itself against the rocky bulwark as Seaman and Smithers fired point-blank at its open mouth. But on it came, the momentum of its charge, I suppose, enabling it to give one last upward leap that brought it halfway over the ledge. We leaped away as the explosive bullets burst inside it, and my torch wavered off the huge body an instant. When I turned it back again in fear and trembling, half expecting to see it charging me, I illuminated the great mass lying inert half over the precipice. "Hold the light steady," Smithers called to me. "Let's try to pull it all the way up." The 3 of them tugged and strained for a few minutes, and succeeded in moving it 2 feet. I moved up close and started back at the odd odor, like spoiled eggs. The thing was easily 12 feet long and must have weighed a ton. It was brownish-yellow and hairless, but the mouth was the startling part of it, for the jaws were like 2 semicircles 3 feet in diameter, and the teeth like so many spears set in it, hundreds of them. Somewhere I vaguely remembered seeing a mouth and teeth like that. "Great God, Smithers, what is the thing?" "You know as much as I. Do you suppose we could get it back to the gun room? Better phone the police. A beast like this roaming the countryside." Said Smithers. "Quiet a moment." We strained our ears and eyes. One of the distant lights was floating toward us. As we looked, it rose over our heads and swooped down. One of the guns roared out as my light revealed a black, bat-like flying creature. The body twitched and tumbled at my feet. I stooped and picked it up in amazement, for its mouth and teeth were strongly suggestive of those of the great beast we had killed. From its forehead, a long springy tendon, dangled a bulbous lamp of phosphorescence. Now I remembered where I had seen such forms of life, photographs and paintings of deep-sea monsters. They were for all the world like it. "We must get this great beast thrown back below," announced Smithers suddenly, and with alarm straining his voice. "For God's sake, lend a hand." As he spoke, he began thrusting and pushing frantically, and stopped a second to call out to me, "And put that light out." I did so, and we all helped him at his task. It took us a full 2 minutes in the dark to move the carcass a foot or 2 nearer the edge, where it slowly toppled over and thumped down to the ground below. "Now keep quiet for your lives," whispered Smithers from out of the sudden blackness. I heard something then, a faraway hissing that approached until I could hear the soft thudding of great shapeless paws below. Then a sudden loud hiss and the sound of jaws crunching on food. After a few seconds, the sound ceased, and another distant hissing was audible, and still another in a different direction, both approaching. We were not breathing at all by now, I'm sure of it, and the hair on the back of my neck was bristling like a mastiff's. Suddenly, a furious snarling and crunching and scrambling broke out below us, as the enormous beasts quarreled over their gruesome meal, and so dark and utter was my blindness, and so taut my nerves, that when I felt a touch on my arm I almost screamed aloud. But it was Seaman pulling me away. He put his mouth to my ear and breathed, "Smithers says to get back while we can." We dared no light, but Smithers seemed to know the way, and we stumbled, sweat-sodden, back up the rocky slope as quietly and quickly as we could. It took us 15 minutes to come to the house, which was itself completely shrouded in the darkness, and the only way I knew we were there was by the feel of the doorway and the cold iron of the barred door. This was slammed to behind us, and the heavy bar let down and the curtain pulled across before Smithers flicked on the electric lights. And even then, he uttered no word until he had pulled and adjusted the heavy curtain so that no light should shine through into that horror-ridden night outside. Not until then did I realize that I held clutched in my hand the dead body of the luminous bat, but once I did notice it, I smelt it. So did the others. It was a pretty bad stench, as such things go. "Throw it outside," said the colonel. "No, I have an electric refrigerator here. Let's keep it for examination tomorrow." And Smithers pulled out another drawer to reveal a compact electric icebox. Then he busied himself wrapping the weird thing in wax paper, and seemed to me to ask needless advice, and to be attempting to keep all three of us watching him, as though he hoped we might not notice some mysterious matter he wished concealed. When the icebox was closed, he examined Seaman's rifle and compared it with Colonel Marsh's. That left me free to look about, and he noticed it, or so I felt, and suggested that we needed a drink or two all around. He took a long time preparing them, and before we were half through downing the first, he suggested a second. Seaman looked at his watch. 12:30, no more for me. I'll be turning in about now, if you don't mind. Colonel Marsh glanced up sharply. "Before the police are notified? Do you realize that those beasts out there are a threat to the safety of thousands of unsuspecting people?" Smithers cleared his throat nervously. "Who would believe you?" he asked. "I'd bring them here and show 'em. Bring a regiment." "Tonight?" Smithers smiled scornfully. That did stump us, for obviously no one would come until morning. And what could we do to protect all Long Island between now and morning? "But you've seen them before. Why hasn't something been done before this? Where could the things have come from?" Smithers' face became teasingly earnest. "At dawn tomorrow, we will go out through this door, and you will understand why nothing has been done," said he. "I'm going to bed then," announced Seaman, and strode to the door. It was still locked, and he turned impatiently towards Smithers, who walked slowly up to him and fumbled for a key in his pocket. He took forever to get it into the lock, and then he did not turn it. But as if a sudden thought had struck him, he said, "How about that bet, Colonel?" That worthy's moustache bristled, and his face became suffused with the colour of annoyance. "I suppose you've won," he admitted. "But it's a terrible thing to claim you have shown us dangerous beasts roaming in this suburb, and in the same breath deny that any steps should be taken to protect the citizens." And then I felt the floor give a slight jolt, and I saw a gun that was hanging on the wall beside me quiver slightly. At the same instant, Smithers turned the key in the door and threw it open. We walked through the hall and into the library. Before we were shown up to our rooms for the night, Smithers assured us very earnestly once more that he knew what he was doing and that he would ask us not to make fools of ourselves by phoning the police then. After you have looked over the ground tomorrow, he added, you may do as you please. You will be puzzled, at least. Colonel Marsh grunted, thought for a moment, and subsided dubiously. Speaking for myself, I slept little, being too excited for rest, and at the first sign of dawn I rose and looked out of the window in my room. From it I could see one corner of the lake and the slope down to it. Beyond rose a mere handful of pine trees, and they screened another house beyond. Where, then, had we seen the beasts last night? I sat there bemused for half an hour, and then dressed, descended to the library, and discovered Colonel Marsh fuming up and down the room. To my "Good morning," he glared silently. "Have you seen it? It's some foolishness of Smithers, depend on it." "What do you mean?" "There is no such place as we thought we saw last night." "Oh, come. Come out and see for yourself, man." But Seaman entered then, and a few minutes later Smithers' butler announced that we might have early breakfast if we wished. Mr. Smithers would, he indicated, sleep another hour. It was not yet 7. We ate hurriedly and made for the gun-room, which we found as we had left it. We pulled the curtains apart and opened the French doors upon the garden. Before us the ground sloped away, rock-strewn, it is true, but the rocks were in ledges and beautifully planted with dwarf and curious sorts of evergreens. At the foot of the incline gleamed a little lake, and beyond that the pines marked the edge of the estate. I mentioned that I had seen another house beyond that again, but we all wanted to explore and see for ourselves. In 10 minutes we were at the edge of the pine woods and looking out on several houses spaced in half-acre plots and a highway beyond. What could be the explanation? Back and forth we hunted, Seaman suggesting that there might be a large cave opening, but we found no possibility of this. Lawns and shrubbery borders were neat and omnipresent. Yet somewhere here, the three of us a few hours ago had been in deadly danger of our lives. Very much startled and full of wonder, we returned to the house and passed through the gun-room. Seaman stopped suddenly as we entered the laboratory. We looked up expectantly. "No," he announced to himself. "It couldn't be that. Or could it?" "What?" "I was thinking, I've seen some queer things in the East, India and elsewhere. You don't suppose Smithers made us imagine all that last night?" I laughed aloud, but Seaman's expressionless stare seemed to indicate some slight doubt, at least. As we stood there, Smithers came up behind the colonel at the doorway. "Been out looking around?" "Want to phone the police, Colonel?" And his smile seemed like a match to that worthy's temper. I don't know what he didn't accuse Smithers of. Dabbling in magic, attempting to win a bet by mesmerism, fraud, poor sportsmanship, and much more. Smithers smiled. "Have you looked in the icebox where we left the smelly bird?" Colonel Marsh started visibly. "By George!" And he was gone. We followed and found him in the gun-room, trying to find the right drawer. Smithers went forward and pulled out the proper compartment and opened the airtight cover. Then we held our noses for dear life, for the stench was frightful, and Smithers reached a long knife that hung nearby on the wall and lifted something dark brown and gruesome on the point. It was decaying by seconds as we stared, and we had just time for a glimpse of the outlines before they softened. Pieces dripped off onto the box beneath. "Ah," said Smithers, and let it all drop out of sight. He closed the cover. Colonel Marsh stared at the closed box as though he had seen a rabbit produced from a magician's hat. Then he strode over to his rifle leaning against the wall and opened the breech. "It must be true," he grunted, and put the weapon back, to stalk in dignity back to the library. "Don't suppose you'll tell," drawled Seaman. Smithers merely smiled. When we returned to the library, we found the Colonel writing in his checkbook on the side table. He tore out the check, waved it dry, and handed it to Smithers, who accepted it gravely. "Was it really as we saw it last night?" "Yes, Colonel." "Those beasts still exist now?" Smithers nodded, seemed about to speak, changed his mind, and nodded again. I was so curious by now that I thought I should burst. But when Seaman drawled that he thought he would start back to town, I agreed. It was maddening to stay here and have no way of learning anything more. Better to try to forget the whole affair. The Colonel packed his things at the same time, and when we got to the door, our car had been brought around for us. We got in silently, and Smithers stood beside the car, bidding us goodbye. I started the engine and waved my hand. Smithers leaned on the window and said, "This is Saturday. If you three are at the Stranger Club about this time of the morning next Saturday, you might hear from me again." And he turned and started back to the house. As we rolled along through Long Island traffic, we discussed the matter and agreed to be there, though what possible explanation could he have for what seemed to us an insoluble mystery? 3. The following Saturday, I was at the Stranger Club a few minutes after 9, and found Colonel Marsh stamping about through the empty rooms before me. "Where's Seaman?" he demanded, and without waiting for an answer, continued pacing up and down. "Not that I really suppose Smithers will come or send any word. The most thoughtless young whippersnapper I ever knew. Here I am wasting a whole day waiting for nothing, and no one here to get me a drink." I was full of curiosity myself, but could not help smiling at the Colonel. Somehow our adventure of a week ago seemed far away and unreal and not very serious. We rather looked forward to an explanation, I believe. Great heaven! I marvel now that I could so soon have forgotten that 3-foot mouth set with 1,000 teeth. But so we are made. The club steward arrived at 9:30, and the Colonel blew him up until a drink was placed in his hands. After that he grew calmer, and presently Seaman arrived. We sat around in chairs and fidgeted for half an hour. The Colonel was, in fact, just rising to his feet with the announcement that he would waste no more time on wild geese when the front door opened, and we heard footsteps approaching. We turned as one and saw Smithers' butler. He came forward and handed Colonel Marsh an envelope, and retired to the hall, where he waited patiently while the envelope was torn open and a dozen typewritten sheets spread out. We three put our heads together and read. When we were half through, Seaman called to the butler, "Are you waiting for us?" "The master said you might be coming out to Pauling's. The chauffeur has the big town car outside, sir." "Then let's start now," I cried. "We can finish this on the way out." We reached for hats and coats and rushed out to the limousine at the curb. It started immediately, at a speed which increased when we had finished the manuscript and had commenced to urge the chauffeur to hurry up. He half turned in his seat to look curiously back at us, but the butler beside him never showed any hint that he was interested, sat stiffly looking straight ahead. This is the letter Smithers had written, addressed to all three of us by name. Perhaps you have not yet guessed the explanation of your adventure last week. It was a little cheeky of me to make you guess, but I have my reasons. Those animals, of course, do not roam Long Island. They're on a different level of existence, about 2 miles different. Now, have you guessed? The gun room is my elevator. Perhaps you noticed the floor shake as it came to rest. Down below the earth is a cavern of sorts. Here dwell the beasts that we shot. I first came upon the entrance making my rock garden, and climbed into a mere crack in the rock that led underneath my own cellar, then turned abruptly downward. The walls were smooth and showed signs of an ancient heat, so that perhaps it was once, thousands of years ago, a vent for some prehistoric volcano. I blasted an entrance into it directly from the cellar, and spent my days and nights exploring down its sheer depths with ropes and ladders supported on iron bars driven into the walls. Month after month, I worked, and hardly believed the depth I reached. I came to the bottom 5,000 feet below, and found the great cavern you mistook for a Long Island landscape in the dark. This was 2 years ago. I determined to keep my find a secret, and have all the fun of exploring to myself. But a mile's climb is no fun at all, and I spent a good many $1,000 arranging an electric lift, and finally smoothing the walls and building an elevator cage in the form of a room. I do not know exactly what I intended, perhaps using the cavern, brilliantly lighted, for a grand ballroom or a theatre. The true meaning of my discovery did not become apparent until all that preliminary business was finished. I had had the workmen brought from a distance, and discharged them in the hope that no one would believe any of them, if they did talk. I also discharged all my servants, finding the good ones positions elsewhere, and hired a new staff who know nothing of the shaft, or of the secret use of the innocent-looking gunroom, into which I retired for long periods and locked the door. About 6 months ago, I armed myself with flashlight and lunch and descended to make my first exploring trip. I followed the course we took last Friday and came to the cliff. It is easy to climb down it, and I did so, swinging my feeble light in awe over that great rocky plain and up to the blackness of the lofty cavern roof. I heard the hissing noise approach without fear, until my light revealed the charging monster at scarcely 100 yards distant. I was totally unprepared for any danger, and dropped the light to scramble panic-stricken up to safety. Here I stopped, panting, to see the still-burning light blotted out by the body of the attacker. The flash was ground to pieces, and I began to wonder how safe I might be, even there, when a second beast charged and a furious fight broke out below me in the absolute darkness. I took advantage of the noise to make good my retreat, and climbed the long hill to where I thought the elevator was. Only it wasn't. I had 2 matches in my pocket, no more, even though I am a pipe smoker, and I lit one to find myself in absolutely unknown territory. I imagine that I lost my head in the blackness down there, and stumbled aimlessly for I know not how long, most of the way downhill again. Presently, I bumped into a rocky wall and groped around to find myself in a tunnel about 20 feet across. I knew this was not the right direction, and was about to turn and retrace my blind steps when my eyes, enormously sensitized by the constant dark, caught the faintest hint of redness on ahead. Perhaps the most foolish thing I could have done was to go forward to see what the light portended, but a man lost in the dark has no choice. He must follow the light, even if it be a dim ghost of a gleam. My light led me 1/2 mile to a cavern that felt large, though I could see none of it. What I saw was a sea of faint light. Close down on the ground it lay. I reached down my hand and touched something that crumbled, and a stench assailed my nostrils that made me giddy. I walked in light up to the ankles, as though it were water. This, please, a mile or more below the surface of the earth, without benefit of rain or sun. For the light was obviously phosphorescent and betokened life of some sort. I was nauseated by the odor and weary. A sudden fear sent me scurrying back to make sure I could find the tunnel entrance again, for I knew that I must return. Further exploration could wait until I could equip myself properly. First, I must find the elevator cage. I groped my way back along the tunnel, and never really knew when I came out of it into the inner cave. But the ground began rising and felt boulder-strewn, and I hoped that this fact might guide me. It did, after a fashion, and an hour later, when I had despaired of ever succeeding, I lit my second and last match and saw my objective 20 feet away in the half-lit gloom. I entered and pulled the ascending lever and spent an impatient half-hour rising to my home above. I had been down 7 hours by my watch. I apologize for this long history, but it is essential to an explanation of what I now intend doing. I made a second trip down a week later with a powerful flashlight and a good rifle. I determined to explore only the rocky slope at the summit of which the elevator shaft rested. I took a compass with me and paper and sketched a map which I give here. To the north, as you see, the slope ends in the low cliff, and beyond that a huge area inhabited by beasts too dangerous for me to approach alone. On the east, I found the entrance to the long tunnel that leads to the Cave of Light. But before examining in that direction, I made the circuit of the south and west, and found it all walled in harmlessly, except for one huge gap of 100 yards, where the rock steeply fell away into the water of a large underground lake. It was more than half a mile across, I judged, or I should have seen the far side in the unreal beam of my flashlight. It might be 100 miles for all I could tell, for I have not yet gotten around to exploring its gloomy surface in a boat. This preliminary work occupied several hours. When I got back to the surface, I felt more comfortable about further work, for the beasts evidently could not attack me unless I climbed down the natural barrier that hemmed them in. Fortunately, I did not tempt them, for you will remember that the one we shot almost reached the top of the cliff in his charge. I determined to solve the mystery of the phosphorescence and made a trip into that tunnel-entered place for specimens. I got them in spite of the smell and brought them up for examination in the sunlight. They were more like mushrooms than anything I knew, the round puffball kind, but in the light of day they quickly decayed and lost shape and form under my eyes. In a few minutes they were putrescent, smelt to high heaven, and dripped messily. I had the mess saved in a bowl over which I had been holding the things, and this bowlful I had analyzed. Then, on another expedition, I saw one of the luminous bats and shot it and brought that up to examine. You know what happened to it, for you saw the one Colonel Marsh shot and how it looked the next morning. I had that analyzed too. The results weren't anything definite, but indicated something to me, and I became interested in subterranean life generally. I got a good many books on the blind newts and fishes found in famous caverns the world over. Managed to get a few specimens as well, and I had them analyzed to compare with my own findings. Here's my theory, for what it's worth. Up to my discovery, all the underground life discovered has been merely surface types adapted to darkness. Even the fish dredged up from the lowest depths of the sea have been considered merely adaptations of surface life. Now suppose that life had been trapped in caves, far beneath the earth hundreds of thousands of years ago. Suppose that the pressure rose gradually, and the caverns continued sinking, and impurities were in the underground atmosphere, sulfur, for instance, and over long periods of time, life changed to meet these conditions, and survived in a new form. Exits might occasionally appear leading up to the surface, and the emerging blind things would fall easy prey to the surface carnivora, so that all who emerged died. Some types would be incapable of emerging because the rays of the sun would be painful and drive them back. These would breed and survive below. Legendary history is full of such hints. Dragons were supposed to dwell beneath the ground, and to emerge from caverns breathing fire. Does this possibly mean that dragons were adapted to an atmosphere where oxygen was lacking, its place being taken perhaps by sulfur, and that upon coming into the upper air their breath burned? Moreover, if legend be credited, the Greeks believed Hades a place where men ate dust in dim darkness, and hellhounds with huge jaws guarded the entrance. It sticks in my fancy that we may have shot a regular classic hellhound last week. Well then, how about devils? Might they really exist down below? Cloven hoofs, leathery hides, horned heads and forked tails, all complete? Frankly, I should not be surprised. Moreover, I shall find out if I live. A month ago, I made an expedition to the Cave of Light and walked a good 5 miles by compass over its vegetable dusty floor. I came to a canyon in the form of a gap in the floor 1/2 mile across and almost that in depth. Peering over, I saw far below 6 pits of fire glowing, probably volcanic. The air down there is steamy, and the light only a dull redness. I cannot be sure, but I'm almost certain that I saw figures moving about the fires. I had a great coil of rope with me, and the sides of the canyon were rough enough at one spot to attempt the descent. I did so, and halfway down, the steamy air bellied up around me, and I nearly choked, for it smells of fire and brimstone, as the ancients put it. I clung, gasping, to the rock until the steam swirled free so that I could climb up again. It was then that I determined to see whether I could obtain discreet assistance. You know how I inveigled you to my place, and together we fought the hellhounds. So poorly did the experiment work that I can see no advantage in having rifles back of me when I explore. Why risk 4 lives instead of merely my own? By the time you read this, I shall be down there solving the mystery of the fiery canyon. If its dangers are insurmountable, I shall gladly have your help in further studying and examining my underground kingdom, avoiding altogether the cave of the beasts. I have made these preparations: a strong and light ladder of silk rope, and a diver's suit and helmet of rubber, the kind with an oxygen tank strapped on the back. There is a telephone in the helmet, and 2 fine copper wires lead back to the elevator cage behind me, more to enable me to find my way back at a run, if the need should arise, than for any necessity to be in communication. But I shall be able to communicate with you, if you wish, from the telephone hidden behind the encyclopedia in the library in my house. So, you see, you need not miss the fun, even if I decline to permit you to share the risk. I have made arrangements so that you can get out here if you want to about the time I start the descent from the floor of the Cave of Light down into the canyon. There may be devils down there, or there may be dragons, or merely subterranean fire. If there are dragons, how about our bet, Colonel? Twice won? We finished this amazing manuscript as the big car trundled across the 57th Street Bridge. "Damn fool!" snapped the Colonel, with plain envy and admiration written all over his face. It was about then that we persuaded the chauffeur to really step on things and get us out to Pauling's as soon as he could. Why we weren't arrested a dozen times, I cannot now imagine. 4. We thrust our way past the scandalized footman at Smithers' house. He half turned after us, as if to fight for the decencies, when the butler stalked up in dignity after us and made all right again. We burst headlong into the library, oblivious to all else, and threw the volumes of encyclopedia unceremoniously onto the floor. There was a telephone with its receiver replaced by a small metal piece and connected by wire to a box-type loudspeaker. Seaman leaned over and called, "Smithers!" Then Colonel Marsh pushed him impatiently aside. "Smithers, you young idiot! Can you hear us?" he yelled. The loudspeaker chuckled. Smithers' voice came quietly from the box. "You got up there pretty quick. I'm just adjusting the diving outfit now. If you'd called 5 minutes ago, you would have had to wait until I put this helmet on to get an answer. We want to come down and stand by while you climb into that canyon," said I. The Colonel burst out, "We are coming down, you hear?" Another chuckle from the box. "Afraid that won't be possible. The elevator is pretty well concealed. I sent it up again, it's true, but to prevent anyone coming down to this place rather than to permit them to do so. We'll smash the floor of the gun room and climb down the ropes." 2 inches of steel and 6 inches of composition in that floor, Colonel. You'd need dynamite. Besides, what could you do? I've just fastened the silk ladder and thrown the tail of it over. Now I shall start climbing down. If you three were waiting for me here, you couldn't help me when I get down below there. While I'm climbing, I'm safe from the hellhounds. But if one came into the Cave of Light while you were here, he would attack you. You can't help me, but you can harm yourselves." "Damn it all," shouted the Colonel. "Do you suppose we're afraid to risk ourselves? We're going to get down in spite of you." And he rushed away to the gun room with Seaman and myself following. We spent 10 useless minutes searching every drawer and cupboard for hidden mechanism, but were compelled to give up the search. The Colonel ruined a beautiful shotgun by using its barrel as a crowbar and pounding on the floor of the room with it. The floor gave off a very solid-sounding sort of thud, and I left to go back to the telephone in the library. "Where are you now, Smithers?" I asked. There, pretty near halfway down." There were sounds of heavy breathing. "Did you all go away, or what happened?" I told him of our attempt to find the hidden elevator apparatus. He laughed. "Foolish, you'd never find that. Besides, I set the controls from below when I sent the car back up to the surface. You'd better stay by the telephone and enjoy this adventure second-hand, instead of wasting your time." Seaman and Colonel Marsh entered just then and heard the last half of Smithers' remarks, sheepishly enough. "Hard work climbing, even on a ladder, and the darn thing swings a bit, and this diving suit is the most uncomfortable thing I ever wore. Have to rest every few minutes." And the loudspeaker panted. It took Smithers half an hour to reach the bottom of that buried canyon. All through the climb, we exchanged the maddest kind of conversation, particularly during the brief and frequent periods he found it necessary to rest. "The steam is swirling around my feet," he announced once. "It looks yellowish right now, and the fires below are orange, and the rock beside me is a smooth, shiny black, though there's so little light that the colors are more imagined than seen, except where the fires show through. I have my flashlight and an automatic, but somehow these don't seem the proper weapons for this world down here." Then another time, "It's all black and cloudy around me now. I can make out the fires, though, so I suppose I could see through the mist fairly well if there were any light. I don't dare turn on the flash. You know, if I do find life down here, it will be a queer sort of life. I suppose strong sunlight would kill it in an instant. Yet there's another idea. Millions of years from now, when the sun cools and the air on Earth freezes in its red rays, these creatures down here, if they exist, may come out onto the surface and inherit the Earth." Vague ideas flashed through my mind as he spoke. Powers of darkness imprisoned down in the earth by the face of righteousness, evil things that cannot bear the light of day. "Smithers," I said, "they could come out now during the night." "Perhaps they do," he grunted. "This damned telephone string is a nuisance." "Don't you dare cut it," thundered the Colonel. "Shan't, don't worry. I may need it to find my way back to the hanging ladder." "What do you mean by saying, 'perhaps they do'?" I persisted. "Devils, dragons, will-o'-the-wisps, gnomes, elves, they're all night-going apparitions, aren't they? Maybe they used to sneak out of caves at night and return at dawn. Maybe they never existed. I don't know. By Jove, no. Yes, I'm at the bottom." There was a period of silence. We could hear Smithers breathing as though we had stood beside him. For ourselves, we scarcely breathed at all. "Can't see the fires from down here. Mighty dark. God, what was that? I thought I felt some little thing scuttle off through the darkness. It's disturbing not to be able to see or hear anything." The voice trailed off, and there was another moment of silence. I licked my lips dryly. We could hear the thud of slow feet and an occasional stumble, and knew that Smithers was walking. I see a faint glow of red against the blackness, his voice whispered. I suppose that's one of the fire pits. Yes, it is. I can see it better now. But there doesn't seem to be any animals around it. Another pause. Well, the coast's clear at this pit anyway. Perhaps I only imagined that I saw things down here, but I was pretty sure I did. Good heavens. The voice stopped. Speak up, man. What is it? We shouted in unison. I suppose it's lava. The hole's 20 feet across and about 100 yards deep, and the fiery stuff down at the bottom keeps moving slightly up and down, like a pulse beating in torn flesh. Rather giddy thing to look down into. Then we heard the thump and shuffle of his further progress. Seems to be no life here at all. I'm going to chance the flashlight. Lord, but it's a big place, and not a thing. We heard the quick indrawn breath that held a second. Dear God! And the thump, 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 and the heavy panting breaths. I leaned over to the instrument. What is it, Smithers? I whispered anxiously. There was no answer, but the sounds of running. Then, the place is full of them. Thousands, such horrible things, like a nightmare. Thank the Lord I thought of leaving this string trail to follow. They are after me. He was evidently talking to himself more than to us, and we did not dare speak now. There it is. Thank God. About time, too. Then we heard sounds of very heavy breathing, which we took to mean he had found the ladder and was ascending. Then a pause while we supposed he regained his breath. That was a close thing, but I'm 20 feet up now, and they've come to the foot of the ladder, but don't dare climb it. I can see them plainly in the light of the flash down there. You never saw such things, like brown leather. We heard the sharp intake of breath, and then slow and horrified, This ladder is moving. There's something above me. Our nerves were taut to the breaking point, and the colonel leaned forward with bulging eyes. Shoot your way up, he cried. There was on the instant the sound of a shot, and another in quick succession, till we counted 10. Then Smithers cried out unintelligibly, and we heard sounds of struggle and blows struck, evidently on the metal diving helmet. Then a scream, long drawn out and blood-chilling, ending in a crash and silence. My God, I can't stand this. He's been knocked off the ladder and probably killed, cried the colonel. He paced the floor, clasping and unclasping his fingers. But Smithers had not been killed. Would to God he had. A groan came from the loudspeaker, and we rushed to it. Smithers, old man, can you hear us? Another groan. I'm done for, he said weakly. I think my back is broken, for I can't seem to move either leg. What a fool I was not to let you come down with me. The flashlight didn't break. It's just out of my reach and lights up everything on my right side. That's where they are. They're coming. Colonel Marsh, turn off the speaker. Please turn it off. You mustn't hear. No one must hear what... Dear God in heaven, this isn't happening to me. It's a nightmare. It must be. Just a dream, and I'll close my eyes and not see those teeth. When I wake up, I'll laugh at it all. Then we heard quick breathing, and the next 5 minutes were unendurable. I cannot bear to put it on paper. Colonel Marsh bowed his head so that his ears were cupped by the palms of his hands, and he kept muttering and moaning to himself. Seaman stood with hands behind his back, and his yellow parchment-like skin seemed to tighten on his cheekbones, but his face was as meek and expressionless as ever. When he reached forward with a horrible oath and ripped the instrument from the wall to smash it on the floor, his action seemed incongruously violent. In the sudden silence, I looked about the room aimlessly, trying desperately not to be ill, and noticed how peacefully the sunlight rested on the table beneath the window, healing, sane sunlight. We made fools of ourselves then. We tried to tear up the steel-braced floor of the gun room, and the butler objected. His master, he informed us, had left word that we were to be brought here, but he had no authority to permit us to tear the house apart. We tried to explain what had happened or was happening to poor Smithers, but he stared stiffly and incredulously and stalked off to phone the police. That sobered us, but we agreed that the matter would have to be turned over to them anyway. We awaited their arrival in morose silence. We needed every drop of the stiff brandies we took while waiting, for our nerves were frayed to the breaking point. But when the two rather stupid patrolmen arrived, they listened with growing suspicion to our frantic arguments. Finally, one leaned close to the colonel and sniffed reminiscently. He said with raised eyebrows. So that's it, is it? Now, do you three want to leave the house quietly and go to your homes, or would you prefer to make trouble and arrive at the police station? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Blast your impudence, snorted Colonel Marsh. Smithers is down below the ground, fighting leathery beasts this instant. I tell you, he told us so himself. That, you see, was pretty hopeless from then on. Even the colonel saw the point and stopped talking to stand biting his lower lip with his teeth and tapping savagely with his foot. Let's go, said Seaman shortly. We made inquiries when we got back to the city, still only the afternoon of that incredible day, and learned something of poor Smithers' affairs. He had a cousin, it seemed, who would inherit the estate. The cousin lived in England. I called up a lawyer I knew and put certain guarded questions to him. It appeared that nothing could be done by anyone until at least 7 years after Smithers vanished. Until then, he would be presumed still alive. After that, we agreed wearily the cousin might be approached with a view to buying the estate. Colonel Marsh is wealthy, and so there does remain a dim possibility of our someday learning more about those caverns of horror. Seaman and I tried hard to get drunk that night, but we couldn't do it. We consumed unbelievable quantities of hard liquor in my apartment, and then went around to the Stranger Club and drank there. The horror of those last few minutes remained with me for 3 days, and I still do not care to think about it more than I can help. Only last night I dreamed about it again. That high-pitched, unnatural voice, screaming, screaming, screaming. The People of the Pit by Abraham Merritt. North of us, a shaft of light shot halfway to the zenith. It came from behind the ragged mountain toward which we'd been pushing all day. The beam drove up through a column of blue haze whose edges were marked as sharply as the rain that streams from the edges of a thundercloud. It was like the flash of a searchlight through an azure mist, and it cast no shadows. As it struck upward, the 5 summits were outlined hard and black, and we saw that the whole mountain was shaped like a hand. As the light silhouetted it, the gigantic fingers of the peak seemed to stretch, the bulk that was the palm of the hand to push. It was exactly as though it moved to thrust something back. The shining beam held steady for a moment, then broke into myriads of tiny luminous globes that swung to and fro and dropped gently. They seemed to be searching. The forest had become very still. Every wood noise held its breath. I felt the dogs pressing against my legs. They, too, were silent, but every muscle in their bodies trembled, their hair was stiff along their backs, and their eyes, fixed on the falling phosphorescent sparks, were filmed with the terror glaze. I looked at Star Anderson. He was staring at the north, where once more the beam had pulsed upward. "The mountain, shaped like a hand," I spoke without moving my lips. My mouth was as dry as though Lao Tzu had poured his fear dust down my throat. "It's the mountain we've been looking for," he answered in the same tone. "But that light, what is it? Not the aurora, surely," I said. "Who ever heard of an aurora at this time of the year?" He voiced the thought that was in my own mind. "It makes me think something is being hunted up there," he said, "that the lights are seeking an unholy sort of hunt. It's well for us to be out of range." "The mountain seems to move each time the shaft shoots up," I said. "What's it keeping back, Star? It makes me think of the frozen hand of cloud that Shan Nador set before the gate of ghouls to keep them in the lairs that Eblis cut for them." He raised a hand, listening. From the north and high overhead there came a whispering. It was not the rustling of the aurora, that rushing, crackling sound, like ghosts of the winds that blew at creation, racing through the skeleton leaves of ancient trees that sheltered Lilith. This whispering held in it a demand. It was eager. It called us to come up where the beam was flashing. It drew. There was in it a note of inexorable insistence. It touched my heart with 1,000 tiny, fear-tipped fingers, and it filled me with a vast longing to race on and merge myself in the light. It must have been so that Ulysses felt when he strained at the mast and strove to obey the crystal-sweet singing of the sirens. The whispering grew louder. "What the hell's the matter with those dogs?" cried Star Anderson savagely. "Look at them." The Malamutes, whining, were racing away toward the light. We saw them disappear among the trees. There came back to us a mournful howling. Then that too died away and left nothing but the insistent murmuring overhead. The glade we had camped in looked straight to the north. We had reached, I suppose, 300 miles above the first great bend of the Kuskokwim toward the Yukon. Certainly, we were in an untrodden part of the wilderness. We had pushed through from Dawson at the breaking of the spring, on a fair lead to a lost mountain between the 5 peaks of which, so the Athabascan medicine man had told us, the gold streams out like putty from a clenched fist. Not an Indian were we able to get to go with us. The land of the Hand Mountain was accursed, they said. We had sighted a mountain the night before, its ragged top faintly outlined against a pulsing glow. And now, by the light that had led us, we saw that it was the very place we had sought. Anderson stiffened. Through the whispering had broken a curious pad-pad and a rustling. It sounded as though a small bear were moving toward us. I threw a pile of wood on the fire, and as it blazed up, saw something break through the bushes. It walked on all 4s, but it did not walk like a bear. All at once it flashed upon me. It was like a baby crawling upstairs. The 4 paws lifted themselves in grotesquely infantile fashion. It was grotesque, but it was terrible. It drew closer. We reached for our guns and dropped them. Suddenly, we knew that this crawling thing was a man. It was a man. Still with that high-climbing pad, he swayed to the fire. He stopped. "Safe," whispered the crawling man, in a voice that was an echo of the whispering overhead. "Quite safe here. They can't get out of the blue, you know. They can't get you unless you answer them." "He's mad," said Anderson, and then gently to this broken thing that had been a man, "You're all right. There's nothing after you." "Don't answer them," repeated the crawling man. "The lights, I mean." "The lights?" I cried, startled even out of pity. "What are they?" "The people of the pit," he murmured. He fell upon his side. We ran to him. Anderson knelt. "God's love!" he cried. "Frank, look at this." He pointed to the hands. The wrists were covered with torn rags of a heavy shirt. The hands themselves were stumps. The fingers had been bent into the palms, and the flesh had been worn to the bone. They looked like the feet of a little black elephant. My eyes travelled down the body. Around the waist was a heavy band of yellow metal. From it fell a ring and a dozen links of shining white chain. "What is he? Where did he come from?" said Anderson. "Look, he's fast asleep. Yet even in his sleep his arms try to climb, and his feet draw themselves up, one after the other. And his knees, how in God's name was he ever able to move on them?" It was even as he said. In the deep sleep that had come upon the crawler, arms and legs kept raising in a deliberate, dreadful climbing motion. It was as though they had a life of their own. They kept their movement independently of the motionless body. They were semaphoric motions. If you have ever stood at the back of a train and watched the semaphores rise and fall, you will know exactly what I mean. Abruptly, the overhead whispering ceased. The shaft of light dropped and did not rise again. The crawling man became still. A gentle glow began to grow around us. The short Alaskan summer night was over. Anderson rubbed his eyes and turned me a haggard face. "Man," he exclaimed, "you look as though you've been sick." "No more than you, Star," I said. "That was sheer, stark horror. What do you make of it all?" "I'm thinking our only answer lies there," he answered, pointing to the figure that lay so motionless under the blankets we had thrown over him. "Whatever they were, that's what they were after. There was no aurora about those lights, Frank. It was like the flaring up of some queer hell the preacher folk never frightened us with." "We'll go no further today," I said. "I wouldn't wake him up for all the gold that runs between the fingers of the 5 Peaks, nor for all the devils that may be behind them." The crawling man lay in a sleep as deep as the Styx. We bathed and bandaged the pads that had been his hands. Arms and legs were as rigid as though they were crutches. He did not move while we worked over him. He lay as he had fallen, the arms a trifle raised, the knees bent. I began filing the band that ringed the sleeper's waist. It was gold, but it was like no gold I had ever handled. Pure gold is soft. This was soft too, but it had an unclean, viscid life of its own. It clung to the file, and I could have sworn that it writhed like a live thing when I cut into it. I gashed through it, bent it away from the body, and hurled it away. It was loathsome. All that day the crawler slept. Darkness came, and still he slept. But that night there was no shaft of blue haze from behind the peaks, no questioning globes of light, no whispering. Some spell of horror seemed withdrawn, but not far. Both Anderson and I felt that the menace was there, withdrawn perhaps, but waiting. It was noon next day when the crawling man awoke. I jumped as the pleasant drawling voice sounded. "How long have I slept?" he said. His pale blue eyes grew quizzical as I stared at him. "A night and almost 2 days," I said. "Were there any lights up there last night?" He nodded to the north eagerly. "Any whispering?" "Neither," I answered. His head fell back and he stared up at the sky. "They've given it up, then?" he said at last. "Who have given it up?" asked Anderson. And once more, "The people of the pit," the crawling man answered. We stared at him, and again, faintly, I, for one, felt that queer, maddening desire that the lights had brought with them. "The people of the pit," he repeated. "Things some god of evil made before the flood, and that somehow have escaped the good god's vengeance. They were calling me," he added simply. Anderson and I looked at each other, the same thought in both our minds. "No," said the crawling man, reading what it was. "I'm not insane. Give me a very little to drink. I'm going to die soon. Will you take me as far south as you can before I die? And afterwards will you build a fire and burn me? I want to be in such shape that no hellish wile of theirs can drag my body back to them." "You'll do it when I've told you about them," he said, as we hesitated. He drank the brandy and water we lifted to his lips. "Arms and legs. Quite dead," he said. "Dead as I'll be soon. Well, they did well for me. Now I'll tell you what's up there behind that hand. Hell! Listen, my name is Stanton, Sinclair Stanton, class 1900, Yale, explorer. I started away from Dawson last year to hunt for 5 peaks that rose like a hand in a haunted country and ran pure gold between them. Same thing you were after?" "I thought so. Late last fall my comrade sickened. I sent him back with some Indians. A little later my Indians found out what I was after. They ran away from me. I decided I'd stick, built a cabin, stocked myself with food, and lay down to winter it. Did it not badly. It was a pretty mild winter, you'll remember. In the spring I started off again. A little less than 2 weeks ago I sighted the 5 peaks. Not from this side, though. The other. Give me some more brandy." "I'd made too wide a detour," he went on. "I'd gotten too far north. I beat back. From this side you see nothing but forest straight up to the base of the hand. Over on the other side—" He was silent for a moment. "Over there is forest too, but it doesn't reach so far. No, I came out of it. Stretching for miles in front of me was a level plain. It was as worn and ancient-looking as the desert around the broken shell of Babylon. At its end rose the peaks. Between me and them, far off, was what looked like a low dike of rocks. Then I ran across the road." "The road?" cried Anderson incredulously. "The road," said the crawling man. "A fine, smooth stone road. It ran straight on to the mountain. Oh, it was a road all right, and worn as though millions and millions of feet had passed over it for thousands of years. On each side of it were sand and heaps of stones. After a while I began to notice these stones. They were cut, and the shape of the heap somehow gave me the idea that 100,000 years ago they might have been the ruins of houses. They were as old-looking as that. I sensed man about them, and at the same time they smelled of immemorial antiquity. The peaks grew closer, the heaps of ruins thicker. Something inexpressibly desolate hovered over them, something sinister. Something reached from them that struck my heart like the touch of ghosts so old that they could be only the ghosts of ghosts. I went on. And now I saw that what I had thought to be the low range at the base of the peaks was a thicker litter of ruins. The Hand Mountain was really much farther off. The road itself passed through these ruins and between 2 high rocks that raised themselves like a gateway. The crawling man paused. His hands began that sickening pad-pad again. Little drops of bloody sweat showed on his forehead. But after a moment or two he grew quiet. He smiled. "They were a gateway," he said. "I reached them. I went between them. I sprawled flat, clutching the earth in awe and terror, for I was on a broad stone platform. Before me was a sheer space. Imagine the Grand Canyon 3 times as wide, roughly circular, and with the bottom dropped out. That would be something like what I was looking into. It was like peeping over the edge of a cleft world down into the infinity where the planets roll. On the far side stood the 5 peaks. They looked like a gigantic warning hand stretched up to the sky. The lips of the abyss curved away on each side of me. I could see down perhaps 1,000 feet. Then a thick blue haze shut out the eye. It was like the blue you see gather on the high hills at dusk. But the pit, it was awesome. Awesome as the Maori's Gulf of Ranelagh that sinks between the living and the dead, and that only the freshly released soul has strength to leap across, but never strength to leap back again. I crept back from the verge and stood up, weak, shaking. My hand rested against one of the rocks of the gateway. There was carving upon it. There, in sharp outlines, was the heroic figure of a man. His back was turned, his arms were stretched above his head, and between them he carried something that looked like a sun disk with radiating lines of light. There were symbols on the disk that reminded me of Chinese, but they were not Chinese, no. They had been made by hands dust ages before the Chinese stirred in the womb of time. I looked at the opposite rock. It bore an exactly similar figure. There was an odd peaked headdress on both. The rocks themselves were triangular, and the carvings were on the side closest the pit. The gesture of the men seemed to be that of holding something back, of barring. I looked closer. Behind the outstretched hands and the discs, I seemed to see a host of vague shapes and plainly a multitude of globes. I traced them out vaguely. Suddenly I felt unaccountably sick. There had come to me an impression. I can't call it sight. An impression of enormous upright slugs. The swollen bodies seemed to dissolve, then swim into sight, then dissolve again, all except the globes which were their heads and that remained clear. They were unutterably loathsome. Overcome by an inexplicable and overpowering nausea, I stretched myself upon the slab, and then I saw the stairway that led down into the pit. "A stairway!" we cried. "A stairway," repeated the crawling man as patiently as before. It seemed not so much carved out of the rock as built into it. Each slab was perhaps 20 feet long and 5 feet wide. They ran down from the platform and vanished into the blue haze. "A stairway," said Anderson incredulously, "built into the wall of a precipice and leading down into a bottomless pit." "Not bottomless," interrupted the crawling man. "There was a bottom. Yes, I reached it," he went on dully. "Down the stairway, down the stairway." He seemed to grip his mind. "Yes," he went on firmly. "I went down the stairway, but not that day. I made my camp back of the gates. At dawn I filled my knapsack with food, my 2 canteens with water from a spring that wells up there by the gateway, walked between the carved monoliths and stepped over the edge of the pit. The steps run along the side of the pit at a 40-degree pitch. As I went down and down, I studied them. They were of a greenish rock, quite different from the granitic porphyry that formed the wall of the pit. At first I thought that the builders had taken advantage of an outcropping stratum, and had carved the gigantic flight from it. But the regularity of the angle at which it fell made me doubtful of this theory. After I had gone down perhaps half a mile, I stepped out upon a landing. From this landing the stairs made a V-shaped turn, and again ran on downward, clinging to the cliff at the same angle as the first flight. After I had made 3 of these turns, I knew that the steps dropped straight down to wherever they went in a succession of angles. No strata could be so regular as that. No, the stairway was built by hands. But whose, and why? The answer is in those ruins around the edge of the pit, never, I think, to be read. By noon, I had lost sight of the lip of the abyss. Above me, below me, was nothing but the blue haze. Beside me, too, was nothingness, for the further breast of rock had long since vanished in the same haze. I felt no dizziness and no fear, only a vast curiosity. What was I to discover? Some ancient and wonderful civilization that had ruled when the poles were tropical gardens? A new world? The key to the mystery of man himself? Nothing living, I felt sure. All was too old for life. Still, a work so wonderful must lead to something quite as wonderful, I knew. What was it? I went on. At regular intervals I had passed the mouths of small caves. There would be 3,000 steps and then an opening, 3,000 steps more and an opening, and so on and on. Late that afternoon I stopped before one of these clefts. I suppose I had gone then 3 miles down the pit, although the angles were such that I had walked in all fully 10 miles. I examined the entrance. On each side was carved the same figures as on the great portals at the lip of the pit, but now they were standing face forward, the arms outstretched with their discs, as though holding something back from the shaft itself. Now, too, their faces were covered with veils, and there were no hideous shapes behind them. I went inside the cave. It ran back for 20 yards like a burrow. It was dry and perfectly light. I could see outside, the blue haze rising upward like a column. I felt an extraordinary sense of security, although I had not been conscious of any fear. I felt that the figures at the entrance were guardians, but against what? I felt so secure that even curiosity on this point was dulled. The blue haze thickened and grew faintly luminescent. I fancied that it was dusk above. I ate and drank a little and slept. When I awoke, the blue had lightened again, and I fancied it was dawn above. I went on. I forgot the gulf yawning at my side. I felt no fatigue and little hunger or thirst, although I had drunk and eaten sparingly. That night I spent within another of the caves, and at dawn I descended again. It was late that day when I first saw the city. He was silent for a time. The city, he said at last. The city of the pit. But not such a city as you have ever seen, nor any other man who has lived to tell of it. The pit, I think, must be shaped like a bottle. The opening before the 5 peaks is the neck. But how wide the bottom is, I do not know. Thousands of miles, maybe. And what may lay behind the city, I do not know. I had begun to catch little glints of light far down in the blue. Then I saw the tops of trees, I suppose they are, but not our kind of trees. Unpleasant, reptilian trees. They reared themselves on high, thin trunks, and their tops were nests of thick tendrils with ugly little leaves like narrow heads or snake heads. The trees were red, a vivid, angry red. Here and there I began to glimpse spots of shining yellow. I knew these were water because I could see things breaking through their surface, or at least I could see the splash and ripple, but what it was that disturbed them I never saw. Straight beneath me was the city, mile after mile of closely packed cylinders that lay upon their sides in pyramids of 3, of 5, of dozens, piled upon each other. It is so hard to make you see what that city is like. Look, suppose you have water pipes of a certain length, and first you lay 3 of them side by side, and on top of them you place 2, and on these 2, 1. Or suppose you take 5 for a foundation, and place on these 4, and then 3, then 2, and then 1. Do you see? That was the way they looked. And they were topped by towers, by minarets, by flares, by fans, and twisted monstrosities. They gleamed as though coated with pale rose flame. Beside them, the venomous red trees raised themselves like the heads of hydras, guarding nests of gigantic jeweled and sleeping worms. A few feet beneath me, the stairway jutted out into a titanic arch, unearthly as the span that bridges hell and leads to Asgard. It curved out and down, straight through the top of the highest pile of carven cylinders, and then it vanished through it. It was appalling. It was demoniac. The crawling man stopped. His eyes rolled up into his head. He trembled, and again his arms and legs began their horrible crawling movement. From his lips came a whispering. It was an echo of the high murmuring we had heard the night he came to us. I put my hands over his eyes. He quieted. "The things are cursed," he said. "The people of the pit." Did I whisper? Yes, but they can't get me now. They can't. After a time, he began as quietly as before. I crossed that span. I went down through the top of that building. Blue darkness shrouded me for a moment, and I felt the steps twist into a spiral. I wound down, and then I was standing high up in... I can't tell you what. I'll have to call it a room. We have no images for what is in the pit. 100 feet below me was the floor. The wall sloped down and out from where I stood in a series of widening crescents. The place was colossal, and it was filled with a curious mottled red light. It was like the light inside a green and gold-flecked fire opal. The spiral stairs wound below me. I went down to the last step. Far in front of me rose a high columned altar. Its pillars were carved in monstrous scrolls, like mad octopuses with 1,000 drunken tentacles. They rested on the backs of shapeless monstrosities carved in crimson stone. The altar front was a gigantic slab of purple, covered with carvings. I can't describe these carvings. No human being could. The human eye cannot grasp them, any more than it can grasp shapes that haunt the 4th dimension. Only a subtle sense in the back of the brain grasped them vaguely. They were formless things that gave no conscious image, yet pressed into the mind like small hot seals, ideas of hate, of combat between unthinkable monstrous things, victories in a nebulous hell of steaming, obscene jungles, aspirations and ideals immeasurably loathsome. And as I stood, I grew aware of something that lay behind the lip of the altar 50 feet above me. I knew it was there. I felt it with every hair and every tiny bit of my skin. Something infinitely malignant, infinitely horrible, infinitely ancient. It lurked, it brooded, it saw me, it threatened, and it was invisible. Behind me was a circle of blue light. Something urged me to turn back, to climb the stairs and make away. It was impossible. Terror of that unseen watching thing behind the altar raced me onward like a whirlwind. I passed through the circle. I was in a way that stretched on into dim distance between the rows of carven cylinders. Here and there the red trees arose. Between them rolled the stone burrows. And now I could take in the amazing ornamentation that clothed them. They were like the trunks of smooth-skinned trees that had fallen and had been clothed with high-reaching, fantastic orchids. Yet those cylinders were like that and more. They should have gone out with the dinosaurs. They were monstrous. They struck the eyes like a blow, and they passed across the nerves like a rasp, and nowhere was there sight or sound of a living thing. There were circular openings in the cylinders, like the opening in the temple of the stairway through which I had run. I passed through one of them. I was in a long, bare, vaulted room whose curving sides half closed 20 feet over my head, leaving a wide slit that opened into another vaulted chamber above. I saw nothing in the room save the same mottled reddish light of the temple. I stumbled. Still I could see nothing, but my skin prickled and my heart stopped. There was something on the floor over which I had tripped. I reached down, and my hand touched a thing, cold and smooth, that moved under it. I turned and ran out of that place. I was filled with a sick loathing that had in it something of madness. I ran on and on, blindly, wringing my hands, weeping with horror. When I came to myself, I was still among the stone cylinders and red trees. I tried to retrace my steps, to find the temple, for now I was more than afraid. I was like a new soul panic-stricken with the first terrors of hell, but I could not find the temple, and the haze began to thicken and glow, the cylinders to shine more brightly. Suddenly I knew that it was dusk in my own world above, and that the thickening of the haze was the signal for the awakening of whatever things lived in the pit. I scrambled up the sides of one of the burrows. I hid behind a twisted nightmare of stone. Perhaps, I thought, there was a chance of remaining hidden until the blue lightened, the peril passed, and I could escape. There began to grow around me a murmur. It was everywhere, and it grew and grew into a great whispering. I peeped from the side of the stone down into the street. I saw lights passing and repassing. More and more lights. They swam out of the circular doorways, and they thronged the street. The highest were 8 feet above the pave, the lowest perhaps 2. They hurried, they sauntered, they bowed, they stopped and whispered, and there was nothing under them. "Nothing under them," breathed Anderson. "No," he went on. "That was the terrible part of it. There was nothing under them. Yet certainly the lights were living things. They had consciousness, volition, what else I did not know. They were nearly 2 feet across, the largest. Their center was a bright nucleus, red, blue, green. This nucleus faded off gradually into a misty glow that did not end abruptly. It, too, seemed to fade off into nothingness, but a nothingness that had under it a somethingness. I strained my eyes, trying to grasp this body into which the lights merged, and which one could only feel was there, but could not see. And all at once I grew rigid. Something cold and thin like a whip had touched my face. I turned my head. Close behind were 3 of the lights. They were a pale blue. They looked at me, if you can imagine lights that are eyes. Another whiplash gripped my shoulder. Under the closest light came a shrill whispering. I shrieked. Abruptly, the murmuring in the street ceased. I dragged my eyes from the pale blue globe that held them and looked out. The lights in the streets were rising by myriads to the level of where I stood. There they stopped and peered at me. They crowded and jostled as though they were a crowd of curious people on Broadway. That was the horrible part of it. I felt a score of the lashes touch me. I shrieked again, then darkness, and a sensation of falling through vast depths. When I awoke to consciousness, I was again in the great place of the stairway, lying at the foot of the altar. All was silent. There were no lights, only the mottled red glow. I jumped to my feet and ran toward the steps. Something jerked me back to my knees, and then I saw that around my waist had been fastened a yellow ring of metal. From it hung a chain, and this chain passed up over the lip of the high ledge. I reached into my pockets for my knife to cut through the ring. It was not there. I had been stripped of everything, except one of the canteens that I had hung around my neck, and which I suppose they had thought was part of me. I tried to break the ring. It seemed alive. It writhed in my hands and drew itself closer around me. I pulled at the chain. It was immovable. There came over me in a flood consciousness of the unseen thing above the altar, and I grovelled at the foot of the slab. Think, alone in that place of strange light, with the brooding ancient horror above me, a monstrous thing, a thing unthinkable, an unseen thing that poured forth horror. After a while I gripped myself. Then I saw beside one of the pillars a yellow bowl filled with a thick, white liquid. I drank it. If it killed, I did not care. But its taste was pleasant, and as I drank, strength came back to me with a rush. Clearly, I was not to be starved. The people of the pit, whatever they were, had a conception of human needs. And now, once more, the reddish mottled gleam began to deepen. Again outside arose the humming, and through the circle that was the entrance to the temple came streaming the globes. They ranged themselves in ranks until they filled the temple. Their whispering grew into a chant, a cadenced whispering chant that rose and fell, while to its rhythm the globes lifted and sank. All the night the lights came and went, and all that night the chant sounded as they rose and fell. At the last I felt myself only an atom of consciousness in the sea of that whispering, an atom that rose and fell with the bowing globes. I tell you that even my heart pulsed in unison with them, and the red glow faded, the light streamed out, the whispering died. I was again alone, and I knew that again day had begun in my own world. I slept. When I awoke, I found beside the pillar another bowl of the white liquid. I scrutinized the chain that held me to the altar. I began to rub two of the links together. I did this for hours. When the red began to thicken, there was a ridge worn in the links. Hope rushed up within me. There was, then, a chance to escape. With the thickening, the lights came again. All through that night the whispering chant sounded, and the globes rose and fell. The chant seized me. It pulsed through me until every nerve and muscle quivered to it. My lips began to quiver. They strove like a man trying to cry out in a nightmare. And at last they too were whispering the evil chant of the people of the pit. My body bowed in unison with the lights. I was, God forgive me, in movement and sound, one with these nameless things, while my soul sank back sick with horror but powerless. And as I whispered, I saw them. Saw the things under the lights, great transparent snail-like bodies, dozens of waving tentacles stretching from them, little round gaping mouths under the luminous seeing globes. They were like spectres of inconceivably monstrous lugs. And as I stared, still bowing and whispering, the dawn came, and they streamed to and through the entrance. They did not crawl or walk, they floated and were gone. I did not sleep. I worked all that day at my chain. By the thickening of the red I had worn it a sixth through, and all that night under their spell I whispered and bowed with the pit people, joining in their chant to the thing that brooded above me. Twice again the red thickened and lessened, and the chant held me. And then on the morning of the fifth day I broke the worn links. I was free. I ran to the stairway. With eyes closed, I rushed up and past the unseen horror behind the altar ledge, and was out upon the bridge. I crossed the span and began the ascent of the stairway. Can you think what it is to climb straight up the verge of a cleft world with hell behind you? Well, worse than hell was behind me, and terror rode. The city of the pit had long been lost in the blue haze before I knew that I could climb no more. My heart beat upon my ears like a sledge. I fell before one of the little caves, feeling that here at last was sanctuary. I crept far back within it and waited for the haze to thicken. Almost at once it did so, and from far below me came a vast and angry murmur. Crouching at the back of the cave, I saw a swift light go shooting up through the blue haze, then die down and break. And as it dimmed and broke, I saw myriads of the globes that are the eyes of the pit people swing downward into the abyss. Again and again the light pulsed, and the globes rose with it and fell. They were hunting me. They knew I must be somewhere still on the stairway. Or, if hiding below, I must sometime take to the stairway to escape. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. There began to pulse through me a dreadful desire to join in the whispering, as I had done in the temple. Something told me that if I did, the sculptured figures could no longer save me, that I would go out and down again into the temple forever. I bit my lips through and through to still them, and all that night the beam shot up through the abyss, the globe swung, and the whispering sounded, and I prayed to the power of the caves and the sculptured figures that still had power to guard them. He paused. His strength was going. Then, almost in a whisper, I thought, what were the people who had carved them? Why had they built their city around the verge, and why had they set that stairway in the pit? What had they been to the things that dwelt at the bottom, and what use had the things been to them that they should live beside their dwelling place? That there had been some purpose was certain. No work so prodigious as the stairway would have been undertaken otherwise. But what was the purpose? And why was it that those who had dwelt about the abyss had passed away ages gone, and the dwellers in the abyss still lived? He looked at us. I could find no answer. I wonder if even when I am dead I shall know. I doubt it. Dawn came as I wondered, and with it, silence. I drank what was left of the liquid in my canteen, crept from the cave, and began to climb again. That afternoon my legs gave out. I tore off my shirt and made from it pads for my knees and coverings for my hands. I crawled upward. I crawled up, and again I crept into one of the caves and waited until again the blue thickened, the shaft of light shot through it, and the whispering came. But now there was a new note in the whispering. It was no longer threatening. It called and coaxed, it drew. A terror gripped me. There had come upon me a mighty desire to leave the cave and go out where the light swung, to let them do with me what they pleased, carry me where they wished. The desire grew. It gained fresh impulse with every rise of the beam, until at last I vibrated with the desire, as I had vibrated to the chant in the temple. My body was a pendulum. Up would go the beam, and I would swing toward it. Only my soul kept steady. It held me fast to the floor of the cave, and it placed a hand over my lips to still them. And all that night I fought with my body and lips against the spell of the pit people. Dawn came. Again I crept from the cave and faced the stairway. I could not rise. My hands were torn and bleeding, my knees in agony. I forced myself upward step by step. After a while my hands became numb. The pain left my knees. They deadened. Step by step my will drove my body upward upon them. And time after time I would sink back within myself to oblivion, only to wake again and find that all the time I had been steadily climbing upward. And then only a dream of crawling up infinite stretches of steps, memories of dull horror while hidden within caves, with thousands of lights pulsing without, and whisperings that called and called me. Memory of a time when I awoke to find that my body was obeying the call and had carried me halfway out between the guardians of the portals, while thousands of gleaming globes rested in the blue haze and watched me. Glimpses of bitter fights against sleep, and always a climb up and up along infinite distances of steps that led from a lost Abaddon to a paradise of the blue sky and open world. At last a consciousness of clear sky close above me, the lip of the pit before me, memory of passing between the great portals of the pit, and of steady withdrawal from it, dreams of giant men with strange, peaked crowns and veiled faces who pushed me onward and onward and onward, and held back pulsing globules of light that sought to draw me back to a gulf wherein planets swam between the branches of red trees that had snakes for crowns. And then a long, long sleep, how long God alone knows, in a cleft of rocks, an awakening to see far in the north the beam still rising and falling, the light still hunting, the whispering high above me calling, a knowledge that no longer had they power to draw me. Again, crawling on dead arms and legs that moved like the ancient mariner's ship, without volition of mine. And then your fire, and this safety. The crawling man smiled at us for a moment, then quickly fell asleep. That afternoon we struck camp, and, carrying the crawling man, started back south. For 3 days we carried him, and still he slept. And on the 3rd day, still sleeping, he died. We built a great pile of wood, and we burned his body, as he had asked. We scattered his ashes about the forest with the ashes of the trees that had consumed him. It must be a great magic indeed that can disentangle those ashes and draw them back in a rushing cloud to the pit he called accursed. I do not think that even the people of the pit have such a spell. No. But Anderson and I did not return to the 5 peaks to see, and if the gold does stream out between the 5 peaks of the Hand Mountain, like putty from a clenched fist, there it may remain for all of us. The Secret of Lost Valley by Robert E. Howard. 1. As a wolf spies upon its hunters, John Reynolds watched his pursuers. He lay close in a thicket on the slope, an inferno of hate seething in his heart. He had ridden hard, up the slope behind him, where the dim path wound up out of Lost Valley. His crank-eyed Mustang stood, head drooping, trembling, after the long run. Below him, not more than 80 yards away, stood his enemies, fresh come from the slaughter of his kinsmen. In the clearing fronting Ghost Cave, they had dismounted and were arguing among themselves. John Reynolds knew them all with an old, bitter hate. The black shadow of feud lay between them and himself. The feuds of early Texas have been neglected by chroniclers who have sung the feuds of the Kentucky mountains, though the men who first settled the Southwest were of the same breed as those mountaineers. But there was a difference. In the mountain country, feuds dragged on for generations. On the Texas frontier, they were short, fierce, and appallingly bloody. The Reynolds-McCrill feud was long, as Texas feuds went. 15 years had passed since old Esau Reynolds stabbed young Braxton McCrill to death with his bowie knife in the saloon at Antelope Wells, in a quarrel over range rights. For 15 years the Reynoldses and their kin, the Brills, Allisons, and Donnellys, had been at open war with the McCrills and their kin, the Killers, the Fletchers, and the Ords. There had been ambushes in the hills, murders on the open range, and gunfights on the streets of the little cow towns. Each clan had rustled the other's cattle wholesale. Gunmen and outlaws called in by both sides to participate for pay had spread a reign of terror and lawlessness throughout the vicinity. Settlers shunned the war-torn range. The feud became a red obstacle in the way of progress and development, a savage retrogression which was demoralizing the whole countryside. Little John Reynolds cared. He had grown up in the atmosphere of the feud, and it had become a burning obsession with him. The war had taken fearful toll on both clans, but the Reynolds clan had suffered most. John was the last of the fighting Reynoldses. For Esau, the grim old patriarch who ruled the clan, would never again walk or sit in a saddle, with his legs paralyzed by McCrill bullets. John had seen his brothers shot down from ambush or killed in pitched battles. Now, the last stroke had nearly wiped out the waning clan. John Reynolds cursed as he thought of the trap into which they had walked in the saloon at Antelope Wells. The hidden foes had opened their murderous fire without warning. There had fallen his cousin, Bill Donnelly, his sister's son, young Jonathan Brill, his brother-in-law, Job Allison, and Steve Kearney, the hired gunman. How he himself had shot his way through and gained the hitching rack, untouched by that blasting hail of lead, John Reynolds hardly knew. They had pressed him so closely he had not had time to mount his long-limbed rangy bay, but had been forced to take the first horse he came to, the crank-eyed, speedy but short-winded mustang of the dead Jonathan Brill. He had distanced his pursuers for a while, had gained the uninhabited hills, and swung back into mysterious Lost Valley, with its silent thickets and crumbling stone columns, where he intended to double back over the hills and gain the country of the Reynolds. But the mustang had failed him. He had tied it up the slope, out of sight of the valley floor, and crept back to see his enemies ride into the valley. There were 5 of them. Old Jonas McCrill, with the perpetual snarl twisting his wolfish lips, Saul Fletcher, with his black beard and the limping, dragging gait that a fall in his youth from a wild mustang had left him, Bill Ord and Peter Ord, brothers, and the outlaw Jack Solomon. Jonas McCrill's voice came up to the silent watcher. "And I tell you, he's a-hiding somewhere in this valley. He was a-riding that mustang, and it didn't never have no guts. I'm betting it'd give plumb out on him time he got this far." "Well," came the voice of Saul Fletcher, "what are we a-standing round powwowing for? Why don't we start hunting him?" "Not so fast," growled old Jonas. "Remember, it's John Reynolds we're chasing. We got plenty time." John Reynolds' fingers hardened on the stock of his single-action .45. There were 2 cartridges unfired in the cylinder. He pushed the muzzle through the stems of the thicket in front of him, his thumb drawing back the wicked-fanged hammer. His grey eyes narrowed, and became opaque as ice as he sighted down the long blue barrel. An instant he weighed his hatred, and chose Saul Fletcher. All the hate in his soul centered for an instant on that brutal black-bearded face, and the limping tread he had heard that night he lay wounded in a besieged corral, with his brother's riddled corpse beside him, and fought off Saul and his brothers. John Reynolds' finger crooked and the crash of the shot broke the echoes in the sleeping hills. Saul Fletcher swayed, flinging his black beard drunkenly upward, and crashed face down and headlong. The others, with the quickness of men accustomed to frontier warfare, dropped behind rocks, and their answering shots roared back as they combed the slope blindly. The bullets tore through the thickets, whistling over the unseen killer's head. High up on the slope, the Mustang, out of sight of the men in the valley but frightened by the noise, screamed shrilly, and, rearing, snapped the reins that held him and fled away up the hill path. The drum of his hoofs on the stones dwindled in the distance. Silence reigned for an instant. Then came Jonas McCrill's wrathful voice. "I told you he was a-riding here. Come out of there. He's got clean away." The old fighter's rangy frame rose up from behind the rock where he had taken refuge. Reynolds, grinning fiercely, took steady aim. Then some instinct of self-preservation held his hand. The others came out into the open. "What are we waiting on?" yelled young Bill Ord, tears of rage in his eyes. "Hear that coyote's done shot Saul and's riding hell for leather away from here. We're a-standing round jawing. I'm a-going." He started for his horse. "You're a-going to listen to me," roared old Jonas. "I warned you all to go slow, but you would come lickety-split along like a bunch of blind buzzards, and now Saul's laying there dead. If we ain't careful, John Reynolds will kill all of us. Didn't I tell you Ollie was here? Likely stopped to rest his horse. He can't go far. This here's a long hunt, like I told you at first. Let him get a good start. Long as he's ahead of us, we gotta watch for ambushes. He'll try to get back onto the Reynolds range. Well, we're going after him slow and easy, and keep him hazed back all the time. We'll be riding the inside of a big half-circle, and he can't get by us. Not on that short-winded Mustang. We'll just follow him and gather him in when his horse can't do no more. And I pretty well know where he'll come to bay at. Blind Horse Canyon." "We'll have to starve him out, then," growled Jack Solomon. "No, we won't," grinned old Jonas. "Bill, you hightail it back to Antelope and get 5 or 6 sticks of dynamite. Then you get a fresh horse and follow our trail. If we catch him before he gets to the canyon, all right. If he beats us there and holes up, we'll wait for you and then blast him out." "What about Saul?" growled Peter Ord. "He's dead," grunted Jonas. "Nothing we can do for him now. No time to take him back." He glanced up at the sky, where already black dots wheeled against the blue. His gaze drifted to the walled-up mouth of the cavern in the steep cliff which rose at right angles to the slope up which the path wandered. "We'll break open that cave and put him in it," he said. "We'll pile up the rocks again, and the wolves and buzzards can't get to him. Maybe several days before we get back." "That cave's haunted," muttered Bill Ord uneasily. "The Injuns always said if you put a dead man in there, he'd come walking out at midnight." "Shut up and help pick up poor Saul," snapped Jonas. "Here's your own kin a-laying dead, and his murderer riding further away every second, and you talk about haunts." As they lifted the corpse, Jonas drew the long-barreled six-shooter from the holster and shoved the weapon into his own waistband. "Poor Saul," he grunted. "He's sure dead. Shot plumb through the heart. Dead before he hit the ground, I reckon. Well, we'll make that damned Reynolds pay for it." They carried the dead man to the cave, and, laying him down, attacked the rocks which blocked the entrance. These were soon torn aside, and Reynolds saw the men carry the body inside. They emerged almost immediately, minus their burden, and mounted their horses. Young Bill Ord swung away down the valley and vanished among the trees. The rest cantered along the winding trail that led up into the hills. They passed within 100 feet of his refuge, and John Reynolds hugged the earth, fearing discovery. But they did not glance in his direction. He heard the dwindling of their hoofs over the rocky path, then silence settled again over the ancient valley. John Reynolds rose cautiously, looked about him as a hunted wolf looks, then made his way quickly down the slope. He had a very definite purpose in mind. A single unfired cartridge was all his ammunition, but about the dead body of Saul Fletcher was a belt well fitted with .45 caliber cartridges. As he attacked the rocks heaped in the cave's mouth, there hovered in his mind the curious dim speculations which the cave and the valley itself always roused in him. Why had the Indians named it the Valley of the Lost, which white men shortened to Lost Valley? Why had the red men shunned it? Once, in the memory of white men, a band of Kiowas, fleeing the vengeance of Bigfoot Wallace and his rangers, had taken up their abode there, and had fallen on evil times. The survivors of the tribe had fled, telling wild tales in which murder, fratricide, insanity, vampirism, slaughter, and cannibalism had played grim parts. Then 6 white men, brothers, Stark by name, had settled in Lost Valley. They had reopened the cave which the Kiowas had blocked up. Horror had fallen on them, and in one night 5 died by one another's hands. The survivor had walled up the cave mouth again and departed, where none knew. Word had drifted through the settlements of a man named Stark, who had come among the remnants of those Kiowas who had once lived in Lost Valley, and, after a long talk with them, had cut his own throat with his bowie knife. What was the mystery of Lost Valley, if not a web of lies and legends? What the meaning of those crumbling stones which, scattered all over the valley, half hidden in the climbing growth, bore a curious symmetry, especially in the moonlight, so that some people believed, when the Indians swore they were the half-destroyed columns of a prehistoric city which once stood in Lost Valley. Before it crumbled into a heap of grey dust, Reynolds himself had seen a skull unearthed at the base of a cliff by a wandering prospector. It seemed neither Caucasian nor Indian, a curious, peaked skull, which but for the formation of the jawbones might have been that of some unknown antediluvian animal. Such thoughts flitted vaguely and momentarily through John Reynolds' mind, as he dislodged the boulders which the McCrills had put back loosely, just firmly enough to keep a wolf or buzzard from squeezing through. In the main, his thoughts were engrossed with the cartridges in dead Saul Fletcher's belt. A fighting chance, a lease on life. He would fight his way out of the hills yet, would bring in more gunmen and cutthroats for striking back. He would flood the whole range with blood, and bring the countryside to ruin, if by those means he might be avenged. For years he had been the moving factor in the feud. When even old Esau had weakened and wished for peace, John Reynolds had kept the flame of hate blazing. The feud had become his one driving motive, his one interest in life and reason for existence. The last boulders fell aside. John Reynolds stepped into the semi-gloom of the cavern. It was not large, but the shadows seemed to cluster there in almost tangible substance. Slowly, his eyes accustomed themselves, and an involuntary exclamation broke from his lips. The cave was empty. He swore in bewilderment. He had seen men carry Saul Fletcher's corpse into the cave and come out again, empty-handed. Yet no corpse lay on the dusty cavern floor. He went to the back of the cave, glanced at the straight, even wall, bent and examined the smooth rock floor. His keen eyes, straining in the gloom, made out a dull smear of blood on the stone. It ended abruptly at the back wall, and there was no stain on the wall. Reynolds leaned closer, supporting himself by a hand propped against the stone wall, and suddenly, shockingly, the sensation of solidity and stability vanished. The wall gave way beneath his propping hand. A section swung inward, precipitating him headlong through a black, gaping opening. His cat-like quickness could not save him. It was as if the yawning shadows reached tenuous and invisible hands to jerk him headlong into the darkness. He did not fall far. His outflung hand struck what seemed to be steps carved in the stone, and on them he scrambled and floundered for an instant. Then he righted himself, and turned back to the opening through which he had fallen. But the secret door had closed, and only a smooth stone wall met his groping fingers. He fought down a rising panic. How the Macrills had come to know of this secret chamber he could not say, but quite evidently they had placed Saul Fletcher's body in it. And there, trapped like a rat, they would find John Reynolds when they returned. Then a grim smile curled Reynolds' thin lips. When they opened the secret door, he would be hidden in the darkness, while they would be etched against the dim light of the outer cave. Where could he find a more perfect ambush? But first he must find the body and secure the cartridges. He turned to grope his way down the steps, and his first stride brought him to a level floor. It was a sort of narrow tunnel, he decided, for though he could not touch the roof, a stride to the right or the left, and his outstretched hand encountered a wall, seemingly too even and symmetrical to have been the work of nature. He went slowly, groping in the darkness, keeping in touch with the walls and momentarily expecting to stumble on Saul Fletcher's body. And as he did not, a dim horror began to grow in his soul. The Macrills had not been in the cavern long enough to carry the body so far back into the darkness. A feeling was rising in John Reynolds that the Macrills had not entered the tunnel at all, that they were not aware of its existence. Then where in the name of sanity was Saul Fletcher's corpse? He stopped short, jerking out his six-shooter. Something was coming up the dark tunnel, something that walked upright and lumberingly. John Reynolds knew it was a man, wearing high-heeled riding boots. No other footwear makes the same stilted sound. He caught the jingle of the spurs, and a dark tide of nameless horror moved sluggishly in John Reynolds' mind as he heard that halting tread approach, and remembered the night when he had lain at bay in the old corral, with his younger brother dying beside him, and heard a limping, dragging footstep endlessly circle his refuge, out in the night where Saul Fletcher led his wolves and sought for a way to come upon his back. Had the man only been wounded? These steps sounded stiff and blundering, such as a wounded man might make. No, John Reynolds had seen too many men die. He knew that his bullet had gone straight through Saul Fletcher's heart, possibly tearing the heart clear out, certainly killing him instantly. Besides, he had heard old Jonas Macrill declare the man was dead. No, Saul Fletcher lay lifeless somewhere in this black cavern. It was some other lame man who was coming up that silent tunnel. Now the tread ceased. The man was fronting him, separated only by a few feet of utter blackness. What was there in that to quicken the iron pulse of John Reynolds, who had unflinchingly faced death times without number? What to make his flesh crawl and his tongue freeze to his palate, to awake sleeping instincts of fear as a man senses the presence of an unseen serpent, and make him feel that somehow the other was aware of his presence with eyes that pierced the darkness? In the silence, John Reynolds heard the staccato pounding of his own heart, and with shocking suddenness, the man lunged. Reynolds' straining ears caught the first movement of that lunge, and he fired point blank. And he screamed, a terrible animal-like scream. Heavy arms locked upon him, and unseen teeth worried at his flesh. But in the frothing frenzy of his fear, his own strength was superhuman. For in the flash of the shot, he had seen a bearded face with slack-hanging mouth and staring dead eyes. Saul Fletcher, the dead come back from hell. As in a nightmare, Reynolds entered a fiendish battle in the dark, where the dead sought to drag down the living. He felt himself hurled to and fro in the grip of the clammy hands. He was flung with bone-shattering force against the stone walls. dashed to the floor, the silent horror squatted ghoul-like upon him, its horrid fingers sinking deep into his throat. In that nightmare, John Reynolds had no time to doubt his own sanity. He knew that he was battling a dead man. The flesh of his foe was cold with a charnel house clamminess. Under the torn shirt he had felt the round bullet hole, caked with clotted blood. No single sound came from the loose lips. Choking and gasping, John Reynolds tore the strangling hands aside and flung the thing off. For an instant, the darkness again separated them. Then the horror came hurtling toward him again. As the thing lunged, Reynolds caught blindly and gained the wrestling hold he wished, and hurling all his power behind the attack, he dashed the horror headlong, falling upon it with his full weight. Saul Fletcher's spine snapped like a rotten branch, and the tearing hands went limp. The straining limbs relaxed. Something flowed from the lax body and whispered away through the darkness like a ghostly wind, and John Reynolds instinctively knew that at last Saul Fletcher was truly dead. Panting and shaken, Reynolds rose. The tunnel remained in utter darkness, but down it, in the direction from which the walking corpse had come stalking, there whispered a faint throbbing that was hardly sound at all, yet had in its pulsing a dark, weird music. Reynolds shuddered, and the sweat froze on his body. The dead man lay at his feet in the thick darkness, and faintly to his ears came that unbearably sweet, unbearably evil echo, like devil drums beating faint and far in the dim caverns of hell. Reason urged him to turn back, to fight against that blind door until he burst its stone, if human power could burst it. But he realized that reason and sanity had been left behind him. A single step had plunged him from a normal world of material realities into a realm of nightmare and lunacy. He decided that he was mad, or else dead and in hell. Those dim tom-toms drew him. They tugged at his heartstrings eerily. They repelled him and filled his soul with shadowy and monstrous conjectures, yet their call was irresistible. He fought the mad impulse to shriek and fling his arms wildly aloft and run down the black tunnel as a rabbit runs down the prairie dog's burrow into the jaws of the waiting rattler. Fumbling in the dark, he found his revolver, and still fumbling, he loaded it with cartridges from Saul Fletcher's belt. He felt no more aversion now at touching the body than he would have felt at handling any dead flesh. Whatever unholy power had animated the corpse, it had left it when the snapping of the spine had unraveled the nerve centers and disrupted the roots of the muscular system. Then, revolver in hand, John Reynolds went down the tunnel, drawn by a power he could not fathom, toward a doom he could not guess. 2. The throb of the tom-toms grew only slightly in volume as he advanced. How far below the hills he was, he could not know, but the tunnel slanted downward, and he had gone a long way. Often his groping hands encountered doorways, corridors leading off the main tunnel, he believed. At last, he was aware that he had left the tunnel and had come out into a vast open space. He could see nothing, but he somehow felt the vastness of the place, and in the darkness a faint light began. It throbbed as the drums throbbed, waning and waxing in time to their pulsing, but it grew slowly, casting a weird glow that was more like green than any color Reynolds had ever seen, but was not really green, nor any other sane or earthly color. Reynolds approached it. It whitened. It cast a shimmering radiance over the smooth stone floor, illuminating fantastic mosaics. It cast its sheen high in the hovering shadows, but he could see no roof. Now he stood bathed in its weird glow, so that his flesh looked like a dead man's. Now he saw the roof, high and vaulted, brooding far above him like a dusky midnight sky, and towering walls, gleaming and dark, sweeping up to tremendous heights, their bases fringed with squat shadows from which glittered other lights, small and scintillant. He saw the source of the illumination, a strange carven stone altar, on which burned what appeared to be a giant jewel of an unearthly hue, like the light it emitted. Greenish flame jetted from it. It burned as a bit of coal might burn, but it was not consumed. Just behind it, a feathered serpent reared from its coils, a fantasy carven of some clear crystalline substance, the tints of which in the weird light were never the same, but which pulsed and shimmered and changed as the drums, now on all sides of him, pulsed and throbbed. Abruptly, something alive moved beside the altar, and John Reynolds, though he was expecting anything, recoiled. At first he thought it was a huge reptile which slithered about the altar. Then he saw that it stood upright as a man stands. As he met the menacing glitter of its eyes, he fired point blank, and the thing went down like a slaughtered ox, its skull shattered. Reynolds wheeled as a sinister rustling rose on his ears. At least these beings could be killed, then checked the lifted muzzle. The fringing shadows had moved out from the darkness at the base of the walls, and drawn about him in a wide ring. And though at first glance they possessed the semblance of men, he knew they were not human. The weird light flickered and danced over them, and back in the deeper darkness the soft, evil drums whispered their accompanying undertone everlastingly. John Reynolds stood aghast at what he saw. It was not their dwarfish figures which caused his shudder, nor even the unnaturally made hands and feet. It was their heads. He knew now of what race was the skull found by the prospector. Like it, these heads were peaked and malformed, curiously flattened at the sides. There was no sign of ears, as if their organs of hearing, like a serpent's, were beneath the skin. The noses were like a python's snout, the mouth and jaws much less human in appearance than his recollection of the skull would have led him to suppose. The eyes were small, glittering and reptilian. The squamous lips writhed back, showing pointed fangs, and John Reynolds felt that their bite would be as deadly as a rattlesnake's. Garments they wore none, nor did they bear any weapons. He tensed himself for the death struggle, but no rush came. The snake people sat down cross-legged about him in a great circle, and beyond the circle he saw them massed thick, and now he felt a stirring in his consciousness, an almost tangible beating of wills upon his senses. He was distinctly aware of a concentrated invasion of his innermost mind, and realized that these fantastic beings were seeking to convey their commands or wishes to him by medium of thought. On what common plane could he meet these inhuman creatures? Yet in some dim, strange, telepathic way, they made him understand some of their meaning, and he realized with a grisly shock that, whatever these things were now, they had once been at least partly human. Else they had never been able to so bridge the gulf between the completely human and the completely bestial. He understood that he was the first living man to come into their innermost realm, the first to look on the shining serpent, the terrible nameless one who was older than the world, that before he died he was to know all which had been denied to the sons of men concerning the mysterious valley, that he might take this knowledge into eternity with him, and discuss these matters with those who had gone before him. The drums rustled, the strange light leaped and shimmered, and before the altar came one who seemed in authority, an ancient monstrosity whose skin was like the whitish hide of an old serpent, and who wore on his peaked skull a golden circlet set with weird gems. He bent and made suppliance to the feathered snake. Then, with a sharp implement of some sort which left a phosphorescent mark, he drew a cryptic triangular figure on the floor before the altar, and in the figure he strewed some sort of glimmering dust. From it reared up a thin spiral which grew to a gigantic shadowy serpent, feathered and horrific, and then changed and faded and became a cloud of greenish smoke. This smoke billowed out before John Reynolds' eyes, and hid the serpentine ring, and the altar, and the cavern itself. All the universe dissolved into the green smoke, in which titanic scenes and alien landscapes rose and shifted and faded, and monstrous shapes lumbered and leered. Abruptly, the chaos crystallized. He was looking into a valley which he did not recognize. Somehow, he knew it was Lost Valley, but in it towered a gigantic city of dully gleaming stone. John Reynolds was a man of the outlands and the waste places. He had never seen the great cities of the world, but he knew that nowhere in the world today such a city reared up to the sky. Its towers and battlements were those of an alien age. Its outline baffled his gaze with its unnatural aspects. It was a city of lunacy to the normal human eye, with its hints of alien dimensions and abnormal principles of architecture. Through it moved strange figures, human, yet of a humanity definitely different from his own. They were clad in robes, their hands and feet were less abnormal, their ears and mouths more like those of normal humans, yet there was an undoubted kinship between them and the monsters of the cavern. It showed in the curious peaked skull, though this was less pronounced and bestial in the people of the city. He saw them in the twisting streets and in their colossal buildings, and he shuddered at the inhumanness of their lives. Much they did was beyond his ken. He could understand their actions and motives no more than a Zulu savage might understand the events of modern London. But he did understand these people were very ancient and very evil. He saw them enact rituals that froze his blood with horror, obscenities and blasphemies beyond his understanding. He grew sick with a sensation of contamination. Somehow he knew that this city was the remnant of an outworn age, that this people represented the survival of an epoch lost and forgotten. Then a new people came upon the scene. Over the hills came wild men clad in hides and feathers, armed with bows and flint-tipped weapons. They were, Reynolds knew, Indians, and yet not Indians as he knew them. They were slant-eyed, and their skins were yellowish rather than copper-colored. Somehow, he knew that these were the nomadic ancestors of the Toltecs, wandering and conquering on their long trek before they settled in upland valleys far to the south and evolved their own special type and civilization. These were still close to the primal Mongolian rootstock, and he gasped at the gigantic vistas of time this realization evoked. Reynolds saw the warriors move like a giant wave on the towering walls. He saw the defenders man the towers and deal death in strange and grisly forms to them. He saw the invaders reel back again and again, then come on once more with the blind ferocity of the primitive. This strange evil city, filled with mysterious people of a different order, was in their path, and they could not pass until they had stamped it out. Reynolds marveled at the fury of the invaders, who wasted their lives like water, matching the cruel and terrible science of an unknown civilization with sheer courage and the might of manpower. Their bodies littered the plateau, but not all the forces of hell could keep them back. They rolled like a wave to the foot of the towers. They scaled the walls in the teeth of sword and arrow and death in ghastly forms. They gained the parapets. They met their enemies hand to hand. Bludgeons and axes beat down the lunging spears, the thrusting swords. The tall figures of the barbarians towered over the smaller forms of the defenders. Red hell raged in the city. The siege became a street battle, the battle a rout, the rout a slaughter. Smoke rose and hung in clouds over the doomed city. The scene changed. Reynolds looked on charred and ruined walls from which smoke still rose. The conquerors had passed on. The survivors gathered in the red-stained temple before their curious god, a crystalline serpent on a fantastic stone altar. Their age had ended. Their world crumbled suddenly. They were the remnants of an otherwise extinct race. They could not rebuild their marvelous city, and they feared to remain within its broken walls, a prey to every passing tribe. Reynolds saw them take up their altar and its god, and follow an ancient man clad in a mantle of feathers and wearing on his head a gem-set circlet of gold. He led them across the valley to a hidden cave. They entered, and squeezing through a narrow rift in the back wall, came into a vast network of caverns honeycombing the hills. Reynolds saw them at work exploring these labyrinths, excavating and enlarging, hewing the walls and floors smooth, enlarging the rift that let into the outer cavern and setting therein a cunningly hung door, so that it seemed part of the solid wall. Then an ever-shifting panorama denoted the passing of many centuries. The people lived in the caverns, and as time passed, they adapted themselves more and more to their surroundings, each generation going less frequently into the outer sunlight. They learned to obtain their food in shuddersome ways from the earth. Their ears grew smaller, their bodies more dwarfish, their eyes more cat-like. John Reynolds stood aghast as he watched the race changing through the ages. Outside in the valley, the deserted city crumbled and fell into ruins, becoming prey to lichen and weed and tree. Men came and briefly meditated among these ruins, tall Mongolian warriors and dark, inscrutable little people men call the mound builders. And as the centuries passed, the visitors conformed more and more to the type of Indian as he knew it, until at last the only men who came were painted red men with stealthy feet and feathered scalp locks. None ever tarried long in that haunted place with its cryptic ruins. Meanwhile, in the caverns, the old people abode and grew strange and terrible. They fell lower and lower in the scale of humanity, forgetting first their written language and gradually their human speech. But in other ways they extended the boundaries of life. In their nighted kingdom they discovered other, older caverns, which led them into the very bowels of the earth. They learned lost secrets, long forgotten or never known by men, sleeping in the blackness far below the hills. Darkness is conducive to silence, so they gradually lost the power of speech, a sort of telepathy taking its place. And with each grisly gain they lost more of their human attributes. Their ears vanished, their noses grew snout-like, their eyes became unable to bear the light of the sun, and even of the stars. They had long abandoned the use of fire, and the only light they used was the weird gleams evoked from their gigantic jewel on the altar, and even this they did not need. They changed in other ways. John Reynolds, watching, felt the cold sweat bead his body, for the slow transmutation of the old people was horrible to behold, and many and hideous were the shapes which moved among them before their ultimate mold and nature were evolved. Yet they remembered the sorcery of their ancestors, and added to this their own black wizardry developed far below the hills, and at last they attained the peak of that necromancy. John Reynolds had had horrific inklings of it in fragmentary glimpses of the olden times, when the wizards of the old people had sent forth their spirits from their sleeping bodies to whisper evil things in the ears of their enemies. A tribe of tall painted warriors came into the valley, bearing the body of a great chief slain in tribal warfare. Long eons had passed. Of the ancient city, only scattered columns stood among the trees. A landslide had laid bare the entrance of the outer cavern. This the Indians found, and therein they placed the body of their chief, with his weapons broken beside him. Then they blocked up the cave mouth with stones, and took up their journey, but night caught them in the valley. Through all the ages, the old people had found no other entrance or exit to or from the pits, save the small outer cave. It was the one doorway between their grim realm and the world they had so long abandoned. Now they came through the secret door into the outer cavern, whose dim light they could endure, and John Reynolds' hair stood up at what he saw. For they took the corpse and laid it before the altar of the feathered serpent, and an ancient wizard lay upon it, his mouth against the mouth of the dead. Above them tom-toms pulsed and strange fires flickered, and the voiceless votaries with soundless chants invoked gods forgotten before the birth of Egypt, until unhuman voices bellowed in the outer darkness, and the sweep of monstrous wings filled the shadows. And slowly life ebbed from the sorcerer, and stirred the limbs of the dead chief. The body of the wizard rolled limply aside, and the corpse of the chief stood up stiffly, and with puppet-like steps and glassy staring eyes it went up the dark tunnel and through the secret door into the outer cave. Its dead hands tore aside the stones, and into the starlight stalked the horror. Reynolds saw it walk stiffly under the shuddering trees, while the night things fled gibbering. He saw it come into the camp of the warriors. The rest was horror and madness, as the dead thing pursued its former companions and tore them limb from limb. The valley became a shambles before one of the braves, conquering his terror, turned on his pursuer and hewed through its spine with a stone axe. And even as the twice-slain corpse crumbled, Reynolds saw, on the floor of the cavern before the carven serpent, the form of the wizard quicken and live as his spirit returned to him from the corpse he had caused it to animate. The soundless glee of incarnate demons shook the crawling blackness of the pits, and Reynolds shrank before the verminous fiends gloating over their newfound power to deal horror and death to the sons of men, their ancient enemies. But the word spread from clan to clan, and men came not to the Valley of the Lost. For many a century it lay dreaming and deserted beneath the sky. Then came mounted braves with trailing war bonnets, painted with the colors of the Kiowas, warriors of the north, who knew nothing of the mysterious valley. They pitched their camps in the very shadows of those sinister monoliths, which were now no more than shapeless stones. They placed their dead in the cavern, and Reynolds saw the horrors that took place when the dead came ravening by night among the living to slay and devour, and to drag screaming victims into the nighted caverns and the demoniac doom that awaited them. The legions of hell were loosed in the Valley of the Lost, where chaos reigned and nightmare and madness stalked. Those who were left alive and sane walled up the cavern and rode out of the hills like men riding from hell. Once more Lost Valley lay gaunt and naked to the stars. Then again the coming of men broke the primal solitude, and smoke rose among the trees, and John Reynolds caught his breath with a start of horror as he saw these were white men, clad in the buckskins of an earlier day, 6 of them so much alike that he knew they were brothers. He saw them fell trees and build a cabin in the clearing. He saw them hunt game in the mountains and begin clearing a field for corn. And all the time he saw the vermin of the hills waiting with ghoulish lust in the darkness. They could not look from their caverns with their nighted eyes, but by their godless sorcery they were aware of all that took place in the valley. They could not come forth in their own bodies in the light, but they waited with the patience of night and the still places. Reynolds saw one of the brothers find the cavern and open it. He entered, and the secret door hung open. The man went into the tunnel. He could not see in the darkness the shapes of horror that stole slavering about him, but in sudden panic he lifted his muzzle-loading rifle and fired blindly, screaming as the flash showed him the hellish forms that ringed him in. In the utter blackness following the vain shot, they rushed, overthrowing him by the power of their numbers, sinking their snaky fangs into his flesh. As he died, he slashed 6 of them to pieces with his bowie knife, but the poison did its work quickly. Reynolds saw them drag the corpse before the altar. He saw again the horrible transmutation of the dead, which rose grinning vacantly and stalked forth. The sun had set in a welter of dull crimson. Night had fallen. To the cabin where his brothers slept, wrapped in their blankets, stalked the dead. Silently, the groping hand swung open the door. The horror crouched in the gloom, its bared teeth shining, its dead eyes gleaming glassily in the starlight. One of the brothers stirred and mumbled, then sat up and stared at the motionless shape in the doorway. He called the dead man's name, then he shrieked hideously. The horror sprang. From John Reynolds' throat burst a cry of intolerable horror. Abruptly, the pictures vanished with the smoke. He stood in the weird glow before the altar, the tom-toms throbbing softly and evilly, the fiendish faces hemming him in. And now, from among them crept, on his belly like the serpent he was, the one which wore the gemmed circlet, venom dripping from his bared fangs. Loathsomely, he slithered toward John Reynolds, who fought the inclination to leap upon the foul thing and stamp out its life. There was no escape. He could send his bullets crashing through the swarm and mow down all in front of the muzzle, but those would be as nothing beside the hundreds which hemmed him in. He would die there in the waning light, and they would send his corpse blundering forth, lent a travesty of life by the spirit of the wizard, just as they had sent Saul Fletcher. John Reynolds grew tense as steel, as his wolf-like instinct to live rose above the maze of horror into which he had fallen. And suddenly, his human mind rose above the vermin who threatened him, as he was electrified by a swift thought that was like an inspiration. With a fierce, inarticulate cry of triumph, he bounded sideways just as the crawling monstrosity lunged. It missed him, sprawling headlong, and Reynolds snatched from the altar the carven serpent, and, holding it on high, thrust against it the muzzle of his cocked pistol. He did not need to speak. In the dying light his eyes blazed madly. The old people wavered back. Before them lay he whose peaked skull Reynolds' pistol had shattered. They knew a crook of his trigger finger would splinter their fantastic god into shining bits. For a tense space, the tableau held. Then Reynolds felt their silent surrender, freedom in exchange for their god. It was again borne on him that these beings were not truly bestial, since true beasts know no gods. And this knowledge was the more terrible, for it meant that these creatures had evolved into a type neither bestial nor human, a type outside of nature and sanity. The snakish figures gave back on each side, and the waning light sprang up again. As he went up the tunnel, they were close at his heels, and in the dancing, uncertain glow he could not be sure whether they walked as a man walks or crawled as a snake crawls. He had a vague impression that their gait was hideously compounded of both. He swerved far aside to avoid the sprawling bulk that had been Saul Fletcher, and so, with his gun muzzle pressed hard against the shining, brittle image borne in his left hand, he came to the short flight of steps which led up to the secret door. There, they came to a standstill. He turned to face them. They ringed him in a close half-circle, and he understood that they feared to open the secret door, lest he dash with their image through the cavern into the sunlight, where they could not follow, nor would he set down the god until the door was opened. At last they withdrew several yards, and he cautiously set the image on the floor at his feet, where he could snatch it up in an instant. How they opened the door he never knew, but it swung wide, and he backed slowly up the steps, his gun trained on the glittering god. He had almost reached the door, one back-thrown hand gripped the edge, when the light went out suddenly, and the rush came. A volcanic burst of effort shot him backward through the door, which was already rushing shut. As he leaped, he emptied his gun full into the fiendish faces that suddenly filled the dark opening. They dissolved in red ruin, and as he raced madly from the outer cavern, he heard the soft closing of the secret door, shutting that realm of horror from the human world. 3. In the glow of the westering sun, John Reynolds staggered drunkenly, clutching at stones and trees as a madman clutches at realities. The keen tenseness that had held him when he fought for his life fell from him and left him a quivering shell of disrupted nerves. An insane titter broke through his lips, and he rocked to and fro in ghastly laughter he could not check. Then the clink of hoofs on stone sent him leaping behind a cluster of boulders. It was some hidden instinct which led him to take refuge. His conscious mind was too dazed and chaotic for thought or action. Into the clearing rode Jonas McCrill and his followers, and a sob tore through Reynolds' throat. At first he did not recognize them, did not realize that he had ever seen them before. The feud with all other sane and normal things lay lost and forgotten far back in dim vistas beyond the black tunnels of madness. Two figures rode from the other side of the clearing, Bill Ord and one of the outlaw followers of the McCrills. Strapped to Ward's saddle were several sticks of dynamite, done into a compact package.
"Well, gee whiz," hailed young Ord. "I sure didn't expect to meet y'all here. Did you get him?"
"Nah," snapped old Jonas.
"He's damn fooled us again. We come up with his horse, but he wasn't on it. The rein was snapped like he'd had it tied, and it broke away. I don't know where he is, but we'll get him. I'm a-going on to Antelope to get some more of the boys. Y'all get Saul's body out of that cave and follow me as fast as you can."
He reined away and vanished through the trees, and Reynolds, his heart in his mouth, saw the other four approach the cavern.
"Well, by God!" exclaimed Jack Solomon fiercely. "Somebody's done been here. Look, them rocks are torn down."
John Reynolds watched as one paralyzed. If he sprang up and called to them, they would shoot him down before he could voice his warning. Yet it was not that which held him as in a vice. It was sheer horror which robbed him of thought and action, and froze his tongue to the roof of his mouth. His lips parted, but no sound came forth. As in a nightmare, he saw his enemies disappear into the cavern. Their voices, muffled, came back to him.
"By golly, Saul's gone. Look here, boys. Here's a door in the back wall. By thunder, it's open. Let's take a look."
Suddenly, from within the bowels of the hills, crashed a fusillade of shots, a burst of hideous screams. Then silence closed like a clammy fog over the valley of the lost. John Reynolds, finding voice at last, cried out as a wounded beast cries, and beat his temples with his clenched fists. He brandished them to the heavens, shrieking wordless blasphemies. Then he ran staggeringly to Bill Ord's horse, which grazed tranquilly with the others beneath the trees. With clammy hands he tore away the package of dynamite, and without separating the sticks, he punched a hole in the end of the middle stick with a twig. Then he cut a very short piece of fuse, and slipped a cap over one end, which he inserted into the hole in the dynamite. In a pocket of the rolled-up slicker bound behind the saddle, he found a match, and lighting the fuse, he hurled the bundle into the cavern. Hardly had it struck the back wall, when with an earthquake roar it
exploded. The concussion nearly hurled him off his feet. The whole mountain rocked, and with a thunderous crash the cave roof fell. Tons and tons of shattered rock crashed down to obliterate all marks of Ghost Cave, and to shut the door to the pits forever. John Reynolds walked slowly away, and suddenly the whole horror swept upon him. The earth seemed hideously alive under his feet, the sun foul and blasphemous over his head. The light was sickly, yellowish and evil, and all things were polluted by the unholy knowledge locked in his skull, like hidden drums beating ceaselessly in the blackness beneath the hills. He had closed one door forever, but what other nightmare shapes might lurk in hidden places and the dark pits of the earth, gloating over the souls of men? His knowledge was a reeking blasphemy which would never let him rest. Forever in his soul would whisper the drums that throbbed in those dark pits where lurked demons that had once been men. He had looked on ultimate foulness, and his knowledge was a taint which would never let him stand clean before men again, or touch the flesh of any living thing without a shudder. If man, moulded of divinity, could sink to such verminous obscenities, who could contemplate his eventual destiny unshaken? And if such beings as the old people existed, what other horrors might not lurk beneath the visible surface of the universe? He was suddenly aware that he had glimpsed the grinning skull beneath the mask of life, and that glimpse made life intolerable. All certainty and stability had been swept away, leaving a mad welter of lunacy, nightmare, and stalking horror. John Reynolds drew his gun, and his horny thumb drew back the heavy hammer. Thrusting the muzzle against his temple, he pulled the trigger. The shot crashed, echoing through the hills, and the last of the fighting Reynoldses pitched headlong. Old Jonas McCrill, galloping back at the sound of the blast, found him where he lay, and wondered that his face should be that of an old, old man, his hair white as hoarfrost. Lost in a Pyramid, or The Mummy's Curse, by Louisa May Alcott. 1. "And what are these, Paul?" asked Evelyn, opening a tarnished gold box and examining its contents curiously. "Seeds of some unknown Egyptian plant," replied Forsyth, with a sudden shadow on his dark face, as he looked down at the 3 scarlet grains lying in the white hand lifted to him. "Where did you get them?" asked the girl. "That is a weird story, which will only haunt you if I tell it," said Forsyth, with an absent expression that strongly excited the girl's curiosity. "Please tell it. I like weird tales, and they never trouble me. Ah, do tell it. Your stories are always so interesting," she cried, looking up with such a pretty blending of entreaty and command in her charming face that a refusal was impossible. "You'll be sorry for it, and so shall I, perhaps. I warn you beforehand that harm is foretold to the possessor of those mysterious seeds," said Forsyth, smiling, even while he knit his black brows and regarded the blooming creature before him with a fond yet foreboding glance. "Tell on. I'm not afraid of these pretty atoms," she answered, with an imperious nod. "To hear is to obey. Let me read the facts, and then I will begin," returned Forsyth, pacing to and fro with the far-off look of one who turns the pages of the past. Evelyn watched him a moment, and then returned to her work, or play rather,
for the task seemed well suited to the vivacious little creature, half child, half woman. "While in Egypt," commenced Forsyth slowly, "I went one day with my guide and Professor Niles to explore the Cheops. Niles had a mania for antiquities of all sorts, and forgot time, danger, and fatigue in the ardor of his pursuit. We rummaged up and down the narrow passages, half choked with dust and close air, reading inscriptions on the walls, stumbling over shattered mummy cases, or coming face to face with some shriveled specimen perched like a hobgoblin on the little shelves where the dead used to be stowed away for ages. I was desperately tired after a few hours of it, and begged the professor to return. But he was bent on exploring certain places and would not desist. We had but one guide, so I was forced to stay. But Jamal, my man, seeing how weary I was, proposed to us to rest in one of the larger passages, while he went to procure another guide for Niles. We consented, and assuring us that we were perfectly safe, if we did not quit the spot, Jamal left us, promising to return speedily. The professor sat down to take notes of his researches, and stretching myself on the soft sand, I fell asleep. I was roused by that indescribable thrill which instinctively warns us of danger, and springing up, I found myself alone. One torch burned faintly where Jamal had struck it, but Niles and the other light were gone. A dreadful sense of loneliness oppressed me for a moment. Then I collected myself and looked well about me. A bit of paper was pinned to my hat, which lay near me, and on it, in the professor's writing, were these words. I've gone back a little to refresh my memory on certain points. Don't follow me till Jamal comes. I can find my way back to you, for I have a clue. Sleep well and dream gloriously of the pharaohs. N.N. I laughed at first over the old enthusiast, then felt anxious, then restless, and finally resolved to follow him, for I discovered a strong cord fastened to a fallen stone, and knew that this was the clue he spoke of. Leaving a line for Jamal, I took my torch and retraced my steps, following the cord along the winding ways. I often shouted, but received no reply, and pressed on, hoping at each turn to see the old man poring over some musty relic of antiquity. Suddenly the cord ended, and, lowering my torch, I saw that the footsteps had gone on. Rash fellow, he'll lose himself to a certainty, I thought, really alarmed now. As I paused, a faint call reached me, and I answered it, waited, shouted again, and a still fainter echo replied. Niles was evidently going on, misled by the reverberations of the low passages. No time was to be lost, and, forgetting myself, I stuck my torch in the deep sand to guide me back to the clue, and ran down the straight path before me, whooping like a madman as I went. I did not mean to lose sight of the light, but in my eagerness to find Niles, I turned from the main passage, and, guided by his voice, hastened on. His torch soon gladdened my eyes, and the clutch of his trembling hands told me what agony he had suffered. "Let us get out of this horrible place at once," he said, wiping the great drops off his forehead. "Come, we're not far from the clue. I can soon reach it, and then we are safe." But as I spoke, a chill passed over me, for a perfect labyrinth of narrow paths lay before us. Trying to guide myself by such landmarks as I had observed in my hasty passage, I followed the tracks in the sand till I fancied we must be near my light. No glimmer appeared, however, and kneeling down to examine the footprints nearer, I discovered to my dismay that I had been following the wrong ones, for among those marked by a deep boot heel were prints of bare feet. We had had no guide there, and Jamal wore sandals. Rising, I confronted Niles with the one despairing word, "Lost," as I pointed from the treacherous sand to the fast-waning light. I thought the old man would be overwhelmed, but to my surprise he grew quite calm and steady, thought a moment, and then went on, saying quietly, "Other men have passed here before us, Let us follow their steps, for, if I do not greatly err, they lead toward great passages, where one's way is easily found." On we went, bravely, till a misstep threw the professor violently to the ground with a broken leg, and nearly extinguished the torch. It was a horrible predicament, and I gave up all hope as I sat beside the poor fellow, who lay exhausted with fatigue, remorse, and pain, for I would not leave him. "Paul," he said suddenly, "if you will not go on, there is one more effort we can make. I remember hearing that a party lost as we are saved themselves by building a fire. The smoke penetrated further than sound or light, and the guide's quick wit understood the unusual mist. He followed it and rescued the party. Make a fire and trust to Jamal." "A fire without wood?" I began, but he pointed to a shelf behind me, which had escaped me in the gloom, and on it I saw a slender mummy case. I understood him, for these dry cases, which lie about in hundreds, are freely used as firewood. Reaching up, I pulled it down, believing it to be empty, but as it fell, it burst open, and out rolled a mummy. Accustomed as I was to such sights, it startled me a little, for danger had unstrung my nerves. Laying the little brown chrysalis aside, I smashed the case, lit the pile with my torch, and soon a light cloud of smoke drifted down the 3 passages, which diverged from the cell-like place where we had paused. While busied with the fire, Niles, forgetful of pain and peril, had dragged the mummy nearer, and was examining it with the interest of a man whose ruling passion was strong even in death. "Come and help me unroll this. I've always longed to be the first to see and secure the curious treasures put away among the folds of these uncanny winding sheets. This is a woman, and we may find something rare and precious here," he said, beginning to unfold the outer coverings, from which a strange aromatic odor came. Reluctantly I obeyed, for to me there was something sacred in the bones of this unknown woman. But to beguile the time and amuse the poor fellow, I lent a hand, wondering as I worked if this dark, ugly thing had ever been a lovely, soft-eyed Egyptian girl. From the fibrous folds of the wrappings dropped precious gums and spices, which half intoxicated us with their potent breath, antique coins, and a curious jewel or two, which Niles eagerly examined. All the bandages but one were cut off at last, and a small head laid bare, round which still hung great plaits of what had once been luxuriant hair. The shriveled hands were folded on the breast, and clasped in them lay that gold box. "Ah!" cried Evelyn, dropping it from her rosy palm with a shudder. "Nay, don't reject the poor little mummy's treasure. I never have quite forgiven myself for stealing it, or for burning her," said Forsyth, painting rapidly, as if the recollection of that experience lent energy to his hand. "Burning her? Oh, Paul, what do you mean?" asked the girl, sitting up with a face full of excitement. "I'll tell you. While busied with Madame la Momie, our fire had burned low, for the dry case went like tinder. A faint, far-off sound made our hearts leap, and Niles cried out, 'Pile on the wood! Jamal is tracking us. Don't let the smoke fail now, or we are lost.' "There is no more wood. The case was very small and is all gone," I answered, tearing off such of my garments as would burn readily, and piling them upon the embers. Niles did the same, but the light fabrics were quickly consumed, and made no smoke. "Burn that!" commanded the professor, pointing to the mummy. I hesitated a moment. Again came the faint echo of a horn. Life was dear to me. A few dry bones might save us, and I obeyed him in silence. A dull blaze sprung up, and a heavy smoke rose from the burning mummy, rolling in volumes through the low passages, and threatening to suffocate us with its fragrant mist. My brain grew dizzy. The light danced before my eyes. Strange phantoms seemed to people the air. And in the act of asking Niles why he gasped and looked so pale, I lost consciousness. Evelyn drew a long breath and put away the scented toys from her lap as if their odour oppressed her. Forsyth's swarthy face was all aglow with the excitement of his story, and his black eyes glittered as he added with a quick laugh, "That's all. Jamal found and got us out, and we both forswore pyramids for the rest of our days." "But the box, how came you to keep it?" asked Evelyn, eyeing it askance as it lay gleaming in a streak of sunshine. "Oh, I brought it away as a souvenir, and Niles kept the other trinkets." "But you said harm was foretold to the possessor of those scarlet seeds," persisted the girl, whose fancy was excited by the tale, and who fancied all was not told. Among his spoils, Niles found a bit of parchment, which he deciphered, and this inscription said that the mummy we had so ungallantly burned was that of a famous sorceress, who bequeathed her curse to whoever should disturb her rest. Of course, I don't believe that curse has anything to do with it, but it's a fact that Niles never prospered from that day. He says it's because he has never recovered from the fall and fright, and I dare say it is so, but I sometimes wonder if I am to share the curse, for I've a vein of superstition in me, and that poor little mummy haunts my dreams still." A long silence followed these words. Paul painted mechanically, and Evelyn lay regarding him with a thoughtful face. But gloomy fancies were as foreign to her nature as shadows are to noonday, and presently she laughed a cheery laugh, saying as she took up the box again, "Why don't you plant them and see what wondrous flower they will bear?" "I doubt if they would bear anything after lying in a mummy's hand for centuries," replied Forsyth, gravely. "Let me plant them and try. You know wheat has sprouted and grown that was taken from a mummy's coffin. Why should not these pretty seeds? I should so like to watch them grow. May I, Paul?" "No, I'd rather leave that experiment untried. I have a queer feeling about the matter, and don't want to meddle myself or let anyone I love meddle with these seeds. They may be some horrible poison or possess some evil power, for the sorceress evidently valued them, since she clutched them fast, even in her tomb. Now, you are foolishly superstitious, and I laugh at you. Be generous. Give me one seed, just to learn if it will grow. See, I'll pay for it." And Evelyn, who now stood beside him, dropped a kiss on his forehead as she made her request, with the most engaging air. But Forsyth would not yield. He smiled and returned the embrace with lover-like warmth, then flung the seeds into the fire, and gave her back the golden box, saying tenderly, "My darling, I'll fill it with diamonds or bonbons, if you please, but I will not let you play with that witch's spells. You've enough of your own, so forget the pretty seeds, and see what a light of the harem I've made of you." Evelyn frowned and smiled, and presently the lovers were out in the spring sunshine, revelling in their own happy hopes, untroubled by one foreboding fear. 2. "I have a little surprise for you, love," said Forsyth, as he greeted his cousin 3 months later on the morning of his wedding day. "And I have one for you," she answered, smiling faintly. "How pale you are, and how thin you grow. All this bridal bustle is too much for you, Evelyn," he said with fond anxiety, as he watched the strange pallor of her face, and pressed the wasted little hand in his. "I'm so tired," she said, and leaned her head wearily on her lover's breast. "Neither sleep, food, nor air gives me strength, and a curious mist seems to cloud my mind at times. Mamma says it is the heat, but I shiver even in the sun, while at night I burn with fever. Paul, dear, I'm glad you are going to take me away to lead a quiet, happy life with you, but I'm afraid it will be a very short one." "My fanciful little wife, You are tired and nervous with all this worry, but a few weeks of rest in the country will give us back our blooming Eve again. Have you no curiosity to learn my surprise?" he asked, to change her thoughts. The vacant look stealing over the girl's face gave place to one of interest, but as she listened, it seemed to require an effort to fix her mind on her lover's words. "You remember the day we rummaged in the old cabinet?" "Yes," and a smile touched her lips for a moment. "And how you wanted to plant those queer red seeds I stole from the mummy?" "I remember," and her eyes kindled with sudden fire. "Well, I tossed them into the fire, as I thought, and gave you the box. But when I went back to cover up my picture and found one of those seeds on the rug, a sudden fancy to gratify your whim led me to send it to Niles and ask him to plant and report on its progress. Today I hear from him for the first time, and he reports that the seed has grown marvelously, has budded, and that he intends to take the first flower, if it blooms in time, to a meeting of famous scientific men, after which he will send me its true name and the plant itself. From his description it must be very curious, and I'm impatient to see it." "You need not wait. I can show you the flower in its bloom." And Evelyn beckoned with the méchant smile so long a stranger to her lips. Much amazed, Forsyth followed her to her own little boudoir, and there, standing in the sunshine, was the unknown plant. Almost rank in their luxuriance were the vivid green leaves on the slender purple stems, and rising from the midst, one ghostly white flower, shaped like the head of a hooded snake, with scarlet stamens like forked tongues, and on the petals glittered spots like dew. "A strange, uncanny flower. Has it any odor?" asked Forsyth, bending to examine it, and forgetting, in his interest, to ask how it came there. "None, and that disappoints me. I am so fond of perfumes," answered the girl, caressing the green leaves which trembled at her touch, while the purple stems deepened their tint. "Now tell me about it," said Forsyth, after standing silent for several minutes. "I had been before you, and secured one of the seeds, for 2 fell on the rug. I planted it under a glass in the richest soil I could find, watered it faithfully, and was amazed at the rapidity with which it grew when once it appeared above the earth. I told no one, for I meant to surprise you with it, but this bud has been so long in blooming I've had to wait. It is a good omen that it blossoms today, and as it is nearly white, I mean to wear it, for I've learned to love it, having been my pet for so long." "I would not wear it, for in spite of its innocent color, it is an evil-looking plant with its adder's tongue and unnatural dew. Wait till Niles tells us what it is, then pet it if it is harmless. Perhaps my sorceress cherished it for some symbolic beauty. Those old Egyptians were full of fancies. It was very sly of you to turn the tables on me in this way, but I forgive you, since in a few hours I shall chain this mysterious hand forever. How cold it is. Come out into the garden and get some warmth and color for tonight, my love." But when night came, no one could reproach the girl with her pallor, for she glowed like a pomegranate flower. Her eyes were full of fire, her lips scarlet, and all her old vivacity seemed to have returned. A more brilliant bride never blushed under a misty veil, and when her lover saw her, he was absolutely startled by the almost unearthly beauty which transformed the pale, languid creature of the morning into this radiant woman. They were married, and if love, many blessings, and all good gifts lavishly showered upon them could make them happy, then this young pair were truly blessed. But even in the rapture of the moment that made her his, Forsyth observed how icy cold was the little hand he held, how feverish the deep color on the soft cheek he kissed, and what a strange fire burned in the tender eyes that looked so wistfully at him. Blithe and beautiful as a spirit, the smiling bride played her part in all the festivities of that long evening, and when at last light, life, and color began to fade, The loving eyes that watched her thought it but the natural weariness of the hour. As the last guest departed, Forsyth was met by a servant who gave him a letter marked "Haste." Tearing it open, he read these lines from a friend of the professor's. "Dear Sir, poor Niles died suddenly 2 days ago while at the scientific club, and his last words were, 'Tell Paul Forsyth to beware of the mummy's curse, for this fatal flower has killed me.' The circumstances of his death were so peculiar that I add them as a sequel to this message. For several months, as he told us, he had been watching an unknown plant, and that evening he brought us the flower to examine. Other matters of interest absorbed us till a late hour, and the plant was forgotten. The professor wore it in his buttonhole, a strange white, serpent-headed blossom, with pale glittering spots which slowly changed to a glittering scarlet, till the leaves looked as if sprinkled with blood. It was observed that instead of the pallor and feebleness which had recently come over him, that the professor was unusually animated, and seemed in an almost unnatural state of high spirits. Near the close of the meeting, in the midst of a lively discussion, he suddenly dropped, as if smitten with apoplexy. He was conveyed home insensible, and after one lucid interval, in which he gave me the message I have recorded above, he died in great agony, raving of mummies, pyramids, serpents, and some fatal curse which had fallen upon him. After his death, livid scarlet spots like those on the flower appeared upon his skin, and he shriveled like a withered leaf. At my desire, the mysterious plant was examined, and pronounced by the best authority one of the most deadly poisons known to the Egyptian sorceresses. The plant slowly absorbs the vitality of whoever cultivates it, and the blossom, worn for 2 or 3 hours, produces either madness or death." Down dropped the paper from Forsyth's hand. He read no further, but hurried back into the room where he had left his young wife. As if worn out with fatigue, she had thrown herself upon a couch, and lay there motionless, her face half hidden by the light folds of the veil which had blown over it. "Evelyn, my dearest, wake up and answer me. Did you wear that strange flower today?" whispered Forsyth, putting the misty screen away. There was no need for her to answer, for there, gleaming spectrally on her bosom, was the evil blossom, its white petals spotted now with flecks of scarlet, vivid as drops of newly spilt blood. But the unhappy bridegroom scarcely saw it, for the face above it appalled him by its utter vacancy. Drawn and pallid, as if with some wasting malady, the young face, so lovely an hour ago, lay before him aged and blighted by the baleful influence of the plant which had drunk up her life. No recognition in the eyes, no word upon the lips, no motion of the hand, only the faint breath, the fluttering pulse and wide-opened eyes betrayed that she was alive. Alas for the young wife! The superstitious fear at which she had smiled had proved true. The curse that had bided its time for ages was fulfilled at last, and her own hand wrecked her happiness forever. Death in life was her doom, and for years Forsyth secluded himself to tend with pathetic devotion the pale ghost, who never, by word or look, could thank him for the love that outlived even such a fate as this. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the Join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,